use networking because you get to connect people. Now we are connected with GDs, we are connected with GDGs. Whether you name one community of Mumbai, in some or the other way we are connected. Shit. So we all are connected in some or the other way with Mumbai meetups. Not just Mumbai but all over India. We have done Flutter India. Me, Vivek, there will be another organizer coming, Aditya Sutar. We all three are one of the organizers of Flutter India as well. So that is where your network comes up. That is where you get help. That is where you get connections. That is where you get to know about things that are not easily available all over the internet, all over the world. And that is where networking is useful. Can you guys give me an example in your work life where networking can help you? Any example?
Landing a job.
Yes. Landing a job. Another thing.
Learning new tech stacks.
Learning new tech stacks. It's good.
Freelance project.
Freelance project. That's a very good idea.
Seeking guidance.
Seeking guidance. How?
Growing in the field. Growing in our field.
Growing in our field. That's true. So, अगर किसी को कोड का इशू आता है, right? For example, I'll say there was a map, like I think so 100 ms, yeah, 100 ms video, 100 ms video SDK. They were having some issues with connections and forming another rooms and everything. That is where Flutter, for me, it was Flutter India community and Flutter Mumbai community, which had helped me a lot. Because I was doing the project, I think 4 years or 5 years back case, during COVID time. We were doing a project on video rooms, video calls, meeting rooms, and that's where we were getting issues as to how to connect with database, data persistence, all of the things. And that is where it helps us with, Flutter India community, the members, Flutter Mumbai community members, not just organizers, but the normal attendees as well, who had helped us out and how to solve these issues, what are the bugs in those tools. That is where you get help. Plus, have you guys joined our Telegram? Yes. Who all have joined? And who have missed joining the Telegram? My suggestion would be go quickly to Telegram, search for Flutter Mumbai community and join if you want to work something or the other in Flutter. The main reason I always say join Telegram is because I know I'll say I know 60% of Flutter, 40% even I don't know. And there is every day a new update that comes up that even I don't even care and I don't even know. So what do I do over there? I just scroll my Telegram, Flutter Mumbai. And that is why I get like somebody is getting a new bug, somebody is getting a different bug. So बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी होती है जो लोग नहीं समझते. अच्छा, you guys must have wrote the Flutter code, right? In main.art, you guys know properly main.art. Flutter आप रन करने के लिए 2-3 चीजें important होती है void में. बता सकते हो क्या-क्या चीजें important है? हाथ उठाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी क्लासरूम में. Do you think anything he has missed? That is one of the things that people miss out. People make things, everything and miss out the run-up. And that is what even I have done. And I have spent one whole night behind the run-up, missing statement. And I have not just spent my whole night, I have slashed Vivek's head, Aditya's head, and almost half of the Flutter India community. That means you can say 25 people said. Behind running the whole project and everything, just missing the run-up line. So everything was running properly. It's just that my screen क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? सारा तो code चल गया मेरा. So these kind of small bugs is something you will come to know in Flutter Mumbai Telegram. Flutter Mumbai meetups is help you out to भाई हम लोग कहाँ पे meetups कर रहे हैं, कहाँ पे हमारे organizers हैं, क्या updates चल रहे हैं, कब meetup नहीं है, when can you join, and not just Flutter Mumbai. There is, hello sir. Good morning. So there is also known as DevFest something. Has anybody heard of DevFest? What is this? Have you guys visited this year's DevFest? Arey, so sad. You guys should have contacted us, We can enter without ticket. Definitely. So DevFest is an event which happens once a year, and it happens in almost every city of India, especially the major cities and metropolitan cities. So it is where all the tech people of, I'll say, complete India They visit each and every city. Like we will have a tour. Mumbai, Pune, Nashik, Nagpur, Bangalore, Hyderabad, फिर वहाँ से सूरत, अहमदाबाद हम लोग ऐसे ट्रेन से पूरा घूम के आते हैं 30-40 दिनों का मस्त सफर होता है जहाँ पे अलग अलग डेफेस्ट अटेंड करने but even if you visit one DevFest, for example DevFest Mumbai, which is organized by GDG MAD and all the different communities they come together, that is where you learn to know each and every stack that is going on currently in the market, whether it be AI, whether it be Android, iOS, whether it be Google products, whether it be Flutter, whether it be XR, AR. We have Extension Mumbai community when they were part of DevFest Mumbai this year. So all the communities, the FOF, designs, so all these communities are connected to each other in some or the other way. And that is where you come to know through us, through the organizers, through the meetups, through Meetup Network. And that is where your networking, your attending events, connecting people is useful. You guys have any questions? Other than event कब start होगा? थोड़ा सा time जाएगा तो public को भी आने दो. फिर अपन event चालू करते हैं. Until then, my suggestion is you guys can do networking over here as well. There is no compulsion to sit in like a classroom thing. It is not at all a classroom. I've been repeating this multiple times because some people get confused with that. It's a classroom, it is never a classroom. For Flutter Mumbai, it is basically an event where you guys can meet. And there are certain rules that also you have to follow. One is, first of all, maintain some decorum. हाँ अपन बिंदास घूम सकते हैं लेकिन पूरे सांड की तरह तो नहीं घूम सकते थोड़ा सा लिमिट होता है we are humans human being की तरह तो रहना पड़ता है that is just maintaining humanity nothing else you do that that is where you guys help us out the rest of the thing is whenever speaker sessions not going on network with people अच्छा यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं अपने आजू-बाजू लोग को जानते हैं कौन करता है क्या नहीं मोस्टली सबके बेस्ट फ्रेंड्स या दोस्त स्कूल के दोस्त कॉलेज के दोस्त इंजीनियरिंग के दोस्त सब लोग एक दूसरे के रहेंगे राइट डू यू गाइस नो द पीपल हु आर सिटिंग वेरी फार फ्रॉम लाइक दो कैब छोड़ के भी बैठे हैं उनको पहचानते हो तुम लोग what do they do what are they doing right now are they learning are they working they're really working professionals or what do you think the people who are standing and sitting in the first row what are they doing currently in their life so that is when network comes up. Because I can give you a few examples. For example, our friend is in VJDI, and he has also got some internships. Morgan Stanley City, from City. The guy is working in Tata. Man is product manager in Tata. Product manager, right? Yeah, product manager in Tata. He is in Invertase. But don't talk to him. You'll like pura mad ho jaoge aap to usse baat karke. Just kidding, guys. We have Dipin. We have me. So there are a lot of people who have worked a lot in this industry for the last 5 to 6 years. Even these guys have worked for the last 7 years, I'll say, for more than 7 years in the industry. So I suggest you guys network with such people, you guys network with each other, connect with people, that is when he well, you guys can connect with him. He attends each and every event of Mumbai. So whenever Mumbai event is there, you'll find him. He's a mutual face everywhere. So connect with these kind of people, that is where it helps you out. Yeah. So until then, Flutter Sparks. Acha, has anybody attended any of the Flutter Sparks session before this? You guys, what do you think Flutter? So Flutter Sparks is basically, I'll say, because I think most of the people don't know. Flutter Sparks is basically a series that Flutter Sparks is basically a series that we are running, where every month we try to do event. But even we are working professionals, by हम लोग को छुट्टी नहीं मिलती कभी बार. तो छुट्टी मिल जाती है, so we do all of these things. Mostly weekdays, we all are working professionals, we all are business people, but in weekends, we handle communities. So उसी का Flutter Sparks series है, where you will learn coding sessions. We are also planning for workshops and all different things. So जैसे जैसे आगे बढ़ते जाएगा, वैसे वैसे आप सीखते जाओगे. हम लोग के यहाँ पे टेस्टिंग, डिप्लॉयमेंट, बिगिनर्स, एडवांस, intermediate, sorry, सारे टाइप के सेशंस लिए जाते हैं. And even today you will learn all of these things. There are some sessions who are beginner level, there are some sessions who are intermediate level, there are some sessions who are expert level. So you will get to know about these things. Understand what is there, whatever sessions are useful for you. Grasp knowledge for them. Yeah. Thank you guys. और ताली मत बजाना. बहुत ऐसा बच्चों की तरह लगता है स्कूल में. Is it live?
केला है सूचा विवेक
What reason?
विवेक से कुछ लेना लेकिन तुम्हारा मस्त
हाँ,
मेरा ही फोन है वो।
हाँ वो समझ गया मुझे
अगर कट कट करके मैं बीच में वर्ड निकालूं ना बस सेंटर पे
कोई नहीं चल जाएगा नहीं By the way, guys, does anybody know about Flutter Zero? Flutter Zero. सुना है? पवन सर की न्यू बुक किसी ने खरीदी? अच्छा, by the way, guys, you have what do you call that? Advantage. First of all, there are some sponsors. थोड़ा सा हम लोग को भी करना पड़ता है. हम लोग की सोशल मीडिया हैंडल्स है, which you guys have to follow. First is Flutter Mumbai, then it is Tata Neo, third is Code. There will be a quiz session for you guys. Quiz के जो इनाम है, अच्छे गिफ्ट्स है. But one of the gifts I'll spell out for you guys. It's Pawan Kumar's Flutter Zero. For 5 people, it is available over here. So जो भी quiz जीतेंगे, जो भी social media handles पे अच्छे post करेंगे, अच्छे captions देंगे, हम लोग को tag करेंगे speakers. Again, every session will get speakers, will get Tata Neo skills, will get Code, will get Flutter Mumbai. सबसे जो भी tag करेंगे, everybody will be checking the post, especially speakers, sponsors, and the organizers. All three of us, let's upgrade. And first of all, thank you very much for Let's Upgrade for allowing us to do the event over here. Thank you very much for that. So ये सबके social handles हम लोग post, Twitter handles पे post, LinkedIn पे post ये सारे check करते रहेंगे. 2 gifts are for social media handles, 1 or 2 gifts for quiz, and 1 is for a lucky winner. I'll say. So best of luck and hope you guys network and learn a lot. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, hi everyone. Hi. So in a while I'll be speaking anyway on how to use AI for your job searches and all. But before that, I just want to introduce you to Tata News Skills. Have you heard about Tata News Skills before? Yes, some of you have. Okay. So Tata News Skills. Have you heard about Tata New app? IPL? Yes. So we are a part of Tata New team. Under that, it is a EdTech separate category that we have started 1.5 years back. So we have different upskilling courses, basically who want to move into different career courses. So for example, you are working as a Flutter developer and want to upskill yourself with AI skills, right? If you want to learn like data skills, if you want to go for full stack development with AI, using this Flutter, right? So Flutter full stack development with AI. So all these skills are crucial because there is no option for AI these days. Everybody has to learn, and not just full stack development, but with that, if you have AI skill, then of course the demand increases and you become one of the niche people available in the market, right? So for that, we have various courses, not necessarily long term. So some courses are 9 months, some of them are 6 months courses, some of them are short term courses. So if some of you are interested in learning Flutter in detail, you know basics but want to go into the details of Flutter, we have that course as well. If you want to go into the details of, for example, full stack development with Flutter and AI. So we have 9 months course, and of course, being developed, the course is being developed by industrial people who are working in data, overall data world. So definitely, um, it is as per the need of the market. So it is not like once developed and now the course remains as it is every day. So for example, now you must be knowing ChatGPT 4 only has released right recently. So we keep on updating our course as per the latest development in the market. So because of that, even the projects get updated, even the tools and technologies which are being taught get updated. If we talk about the full stack development, so for example, if you have learned Java, React, then again, how we can use or integrate AI with these skills. If you have learned Flutter, then Flutter with AI. If you have learned backend Node.js and all those technologies, then how to integrate AI with this. So that is how the course is designed. We will definitely provide you the details about all these courses. But if you want to explore, our website is newskills.tatadigital.com. So feel free to explore. We also have course on cyber security as well. So cyber security is upcoming because all of us are using data and tech everywhere. So of course there are increase in the um, increase in the frauds and cyber threats that are happening uh, in the market overall. So for that, how to tackle that with just cybersecurity tools, but also not just understand and uh, detect the threats, but also predict the threats. That this is the possibility in this particular digital world. So that is how you can integrate cybersecurity with AI. So that is also another course which is available. If you just want to know about what are the different AI tools, how I can use it in my development, what are the different functional use cases maybe in finance, sales, HR, or customer services. So we have domain-specific projects also built in these courses. Our own Tata employees, Tata Digital employees are being trained on this. So you can see that what is the value add that these courses provide. So I would suggest you go through it. We are there for the whole day. I would suggest go through all these courses. Go through our website. We will also have a few flyers here for your reference. If you find it interesting, we will have certain discount for the people who are attending today's event. So if you are interested, just feel free to meet us. There will be two of my colleagues who will be joining here. So feel free to meet us, and for the spot registrations, definitely we will try to provide the discounts. Okay. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Clear? Great. Thank you.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा फोकस मैंने सेमेस्टर्स की यानी कि काउंटर गिरा हुआ है मेरे में 10 के वजह से थर्ड सेमेस्टर के डेट से निकल सेप्टेम्बर एंड में मेरा एडमिशन हुआ है नवंबर में सेमेस्टर बताता अक्टूबर के शेड्यूल अक्टूबर के सेकेंड हफ्ते में यूपी में फिर प्रैक्टिकल्स फिर यूपी फिर 10 दिन का हमने जब एडमिशन लिया ना अपना यूपी में इसलिए मैं रिकमेंड करूँगा आप विशाल को वही हालत खराब पड़ता है डीएलसी सीजी कंप्यूटर ग्राफिक्स और डीएलसी ये मैथ्स का सस्ता है मैथ्स और डीएलसी बीच में भी पूरा खेल के बीच में मैथ्स और then उसके बाद जो मेन चीज़ है सेमेस्टर 4 इज कंपैरेटिव समथिंग मैथ्स से एंड थोड़ी हार्ड है और ये नहीं अच्छा टीचर अच्छा नहीं दूसरा प्लेसमेंट हर एक कॉलेज दिक्कत नहीं तेरा परसेंटेज कितना थर्ड में कितना परसेंटेज बस 94 मैसेज में होना बता रहा है मार्क्स
हेलो चालू करते हैं आपको ना बीच में Okay, whoever attended Flutter Sparks and who are attending this event for first time at Flutter Mumbai. Okay, that's fine. Who works at company? Who is not a student? Rest everyone are student, okay? So, why are you here? Especially to students. This event was especially for interviews, right? So, are you here to learn about interviews or Flutter? No student are not going to learn about Flutter. Flutter सीख लिया इसके पहले आज से इंटरव्यूज के अगर आप Flutter इंटरव्यू में गए हो तो आप क्या करोगे? मैं बोलूं क्यों आया? ऐसे Okay, cool. So, do you know about Flutter Sparks? So, this is Flutter Sparks 4.0. We'll take it till 6.0. In last 3 Flutter Sparks, we have covered topics from Flutter beginning, intermediate, expert. Some of them were advanced, very advanced, like Bluetooth. Yeah, some of them. So today is the day when we will see if we have learned Flutter, how we will crack Flutter interview. Because learning Flutter is a different thing, and cracking interview is a bit different, right? You might meet some people who are very intelligent, but they are not able to crack interviews. But तुम लोग सोचते हो क्या क्या काम इसका फिर इतना बढ़ेगा, है? कुछ लोग आपस में देख रहे दूसरे ऐसा ही है. So yeah, that is the real case. That's why we have this event. So we are going to talk about how Flutter interviews happen. Okay. What kind of questions you can expect and how you can answer them. Okay. With specific topics. We are not going to cover 0 to 100 Flutter, but very specific topics so that you understand what to expect in interview. Okay. From the other side. Cool. So we'll have four sessions. After that, we'll have a mock interview. And in mock interview, you can participate. Basically, we are not asking everyone to join. But if you want to test no filter, or if you want to have just a mock interview, we will set up a table. You can attend that. And whoever clears that mock interview, we have gifts for them. Okay. Meanwhile, we'll have a lot of things as Yash said, right? Social media campaign and some other stuff. So if you do that, you have gift for them as well. If you ask questions after session, you have gifts for them as well. Okay. So you can win lots of gifts. Okay, we have few here. Few more are coming. Okay. And just before mock interviews, we have a fun interaction where you will see a lot of questions. You will have KBC kind of thing, and whoever wins, you'll get a gift. Okay, so a lot of gifts, lot of knowledge, lot of learning, and I hope that you will learn something out of it. Cool. So let's start. Future of Flutter. Who thinks future of Flutter is bad? I used to. So that's why I started learning Rust. One of my friends suggested go as well. Then she suggested leave everything and go for GenAI. So I'm learning GenAI. So who thinks Flutter's future is bad? Nobody. कोई तो सोच रहा होगा. Okay.
मैं काम करता हूँ
Things
हमारा मैं काम कर रहा हूँ उसमें.
Okay, guys, one speaker is out.
Good decision.
Yes.
Yeah. Most of the company what they like to follow there JavaScript is and in JavaScript multiple जगह पे use होता है like a backend. So and Flutter के लिए आपको only Dart पे depend होता है. That's a big disadvantage.
That is not a disadvantage. That's what community is. Tech community is so huge that you cannot depend on one thing, and it's good. For example, if you only have Windows in your coding community, or if you only have Windows in the laptop, every laptop, and if you get any malicious thing in Windows, everything will collapse. But actually, you have multiple OSs, right? So we can say if Windows corrupted, I can go back to Mac OS, or I can go to Linux, right? If Linux corrupted, Linux is open source. I can fix that for me and keep it that way, right? So it's good that you have a lot of options available in community, be it React Native, be it Flutter, be it native, or be it anything else that will come up later. Okay, so that's a good thing. But still, is Flutter dead? We'll find that out. Okay. This is our agenda. So first we'll see some updates. Do you know Google I/O?
Yes.
Anybody here who thinks Google I/O is Google Infra? No? Everybody know what is Google I/O? Okay. So in Google I/O, Google announces updates related to their products. Or I can say they announce updates related to their AI or rename their AI with some bits and little bits of Flutter and Dart. Okay. So in this Google I/O, so we got something new in Flutter, something new in Dart, okay, something new in AI, Android, maps, and a lot of other things. Okay, so we'll see new in Flutter and new in Dart. Then how Flutter is used in companies. If you're learning Flutter, you should know how it is being used, right? Otherwise, when you go to an interview and they ask you some their use case based question, you'll be like, ये पूछ क्यों रहा है? मेरे को पूछ स्क्रीन की तू काम आता है, फीचर विंडो तू काम आता है, right? But that's not it. ठीक है? Then is Flutter dead? And then some new announcement that is app architect secretary. So let's start. Let's start with new Flutter. So Flutter 3.2 is a new version, new stable version of Flutter. Earlier it was Flutter 3.19.6. Okay. who is still on Flutter 2 or Flutter 3.1? Very good, very good. Okay. So why you guys are not upgrading yourselves with new Flutter? Any reasons? Is it?
Yes.
It's better? अरे तो पहले बोला यार मुझे तो मेरे काम में अच्छा सुनाई दे. Okay. So why you guys are not upgrading yourself? You started. So are you on Flutter 3.22 or 3.19? 3.19. Okay, great. We just migrated ourselves. We are a little late to this party. But yeah, that's all. So this is a very good video. I'm not sure if it will play. Cool. So we have Flutter 3.22. Okay. Few things to see. WASM. Anybody know? Okay, who is not a web dev? Who is not a web dev? Web developer. Not web developer. Okay. So good news for you guys. You don't have to develop anything for web. Flutter will do the needful things for you. Okay. So we have WASM. WASM is WebAssembly. Okay. So all new web applications will use WebAssembly. Okay. If your application is rich, interactive, it's not Amazon. Okay. Amazon पे जाओ सिर्फ text में रहता है. So that not those websites. You can build out those websites easily in Flutter. But now you can build rich, interactive websites with Flutter using WASM. Okay. That's why WASM is in market. And in this release, we got WASM support in stable patch. So if you're using 3.22 and you release your app in web, then by default you have a support of WASM. Of course, you can choose other one as well, for example, HTML. Okay. So yeah, that's it. Then engine. Anybody had heard about Flutter engine before? Yes. Did you like it? Who said yes? Why? Yes. So earlier there was Kia engine, but now they have moved to Impeller. They already had Impeller in iOS, and now they have given the official stable support of Android as well. Okay, so it includes few more things. You can rate them out. Okay, I love this one, stencil and cover. Okay, you can read about it on GitHub, or you can go to their resources. Okay, and then a framework. So there are some breaking changes that you have to see in Flutter 3.22. So they have moved their material widgets or material items to a widget item. So basically, it will be commonly available to Kubernetes material as well. And then few more things like dynamic view sizing for responsive apps and form validation. You guys suffer with form validation, right? What culture? So it is improved. Little bit. Okay. Then little improvement in Dart as well. So we have Dart 3.24 as a new version. And how many of you don't use deeply? जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं ना हाथ उठाएंगे उनको मालूम नहीं टेक्निक क्या नहीं मालूम ना आगे so techniques are very important. You can go and read about it. So I'll tell you a simple thing. If you use deep links in an app for your user, then you can increase your sales by 2x. आपकी कंपनी जो 100 रुपए कमा रही है वो 200 रुपए कमाएगी by just using deep links. Okay? And deep links were very painful in Flutter if you have implemented. Okay? तो थोड़ा support उसको भी दिया हुआ है. Plus, they have introduced dev tools in last release as well. Okay, deep link validator. So you can provide deep link and check if that deep link works for you or not. Okay, or if it is properly configured or not. Okay, in this release they have provided you configuration validator. So you can check if your configuration is right or not. Only for Android. Okay. Then Gradle, Kotlin, DSL, new thing. Then predictive back gesture. If you have worked with navigation, you know how hard it is. Then you can go back. Okay. So there are better support. And such an important end of KitKat. Do you know what is KitKat? Cool. So the new Flutter version will not support KitKat. Okay. Then few more things. अच्छा sorry, we are on Flutter 3. iOS में भी उन्होंने कुछ जैक्स वगैरह रिमूव किए, ठीक है, कुछ और चीजें उन्होंने रिड्यूस की by giving support in platform view. Okay. Do you know what is platform view? No.
Compiled view widget.
Native view widgets. Native view widgets. Have you used maps, cameras in your Flutter app? Okay. They are not Flutter widget. They are native view. Okay. Transported. So basically, it's like a string. Okay, which starts in native, and you can see it on Flutter. And you might have noticed that it is not that as good as Flutter widgets. Okay, it is janky. It is not responsive. Sometimes आप बंद करो तो लेकिन पीछे कैमरा चल रहा है ना? तो उसमें भी improvements हैं. These improvements will give you these updates like 30% improvement, 50% improvement. उसके बाद Dart. So Dart में complete WebAssembly support. So you know Dart was built for replacing JavaScript. सबको मालूम है. So now they have given full support for WebAssembly in Dart apps. You can run Dart apps as well. Okay. So उसके उन्होंने दिया. Plus Dart macros. किसको पता macro क्या? मुझे नहीं मालूम आज के बारे में. But cool. So macros are like used for meta programming. That means you write a code which will write code for you. Okay. So go and read about it. After that, how companies use Flutter. This is very important. Okay. So we have a lot of options. Okay. सबसे पहले नीचे देखो. What kind of applications these companies can make? They can make Android app, iOS app, web app. Okay. And at some level, they also build desktop app. And that's a सब लोग बनाते हैं. But what is that embedded screen?
By
So yes, right. So microcontroller, Raspberry Pi, okay, where you don't have the huge actual mobile device kind of thing, right? So Flutter applications are built for them as well, and they're deployed in real time in production. So if you visit Dubai airport, अच्छा आप लोगों को मालूम है मुंबई एयरपोर्ट के पास डीजी आता है फीचर, तो वैसा ही कुछ दुबई में भी है, दुबई एयरपोर्ट में, and that is built in Flutter. That interface is built in Flutter. Okay, not backend. आप सबको मालूम है ना backend नहीं बनता Flutter में. ये तो किसी ने पूछा था Flutter में मैंने कोड लिखा है उसको डिप्लॉय करो backend में. इसके लिए डाटा यूज करते हैं. ठीक है. अब उसको कौन-कौन सी कंपनीज यूज करती हैं? ठीक है. तो किस तरह यूज करती हो? Pure Flutter app. ठीक है. Pure Flutter app means you build your Flutter app, you deploy it for mobile apps, web apps, desktop apps. Then you have hybrid Flutter and native apps. Okay. So companies like Cred and my biggest company. So we had hybrid apps. So we'll have few features related to Flutter and few native. Okay. This is basically for migration, or if I don't want to migrate few feature in Flutter, या फिर मेरे को Flutter पसंद ही नहीं है, लेकिन जबरदस्ती यूज करवा है. तो इस केस में we have hybrid apps. So either you have Flutter features in your native app, or you have native feature in your Flutter apps. Okay, both are possible. Then Flutter Flow. How many of you know Flutter Flow? Yeah. So great tool. You can build your Flutter apps using drag and drop. They provide a lot of direct to use plugins, customization that you can directly use. For example, if you want to add a deep link, just click a button and a deep link is configured. Okay. So that is one thing. Then device. The device is another use case where you have Figma design. Okay. You can directly export it into your Flutter app. Okay. Or you can use AI to build your application. They have some options that as well. Okay. Then Dart backend. So if you know Dart, you can, and if you know Flutter, you can also use Dart in a backend. There are several tools available: Dart Frog, Serverpod, and few more. Okay. So this is how companies are using Flutter and Dart. Okay. So till now we saw how Flutter is used in real time in companies. So for you, the key takeaway is that whenever you think that I want to apply as a developer, Flutter developer, Dart developer, or any developer around it, then you have these many options to choose. Okay, cool. Next. So is Flutter dead? This is question of 2024. Reasons? Layoffs. How many of you know that Google laid off few people from Flutter? And then Google came back and they said, we did laid off. We asked them or moved them to different department. Yeah, but you don't trust them. So people started asking questions. If Google is laying off few people from a team, that means it might be closing that department, which is not new from Google, right? Yeah. So there is a website killed by Google or something. Killed by Google, yeah. You can go and find out how many technologies they have killed. Plus, they have also given support of KMP. Quarterly multi-platform. Same thing, cross-platform tool, right? So who think KMP is your enemy? Who thinks KMP is your enemy? Okay. So who thinks React Native is your enemy? अरे हाथ उठा कोई नहीं देख रहा ठीक है why any reasons why okay any other who अच्छा
larger competitive support as compared to.
so you think because of this React Native is a Flutter so don't think like अगर कल को कुछ मैटर हो गया तो डांट फेसबुक वाले तो डेटा हैक करके लोकेशन बता देते हैं ऐसा मत सोचो so no they are not enemy they are again a piece in this ecosystem okay अगर आज React Native नहीं होता तो Flutter होगा ठीक है अगर React Native आज स्केल नहीं होता तो Flutter के बारे में कोई सोचता भी नहीं है ना so they are not enemy they are building their own ecosystem that's good even KMP from Google is building their own ecosystem that's good so KMP is mostly for writing backends. The backend in Google. Okay. You can use to write some front-end things like compose, but they're not great as Flutter. Yeah. Yeah, you can use it in the backend. And you can even use it in front-end. Yeah, but it is not that way as Flutter in front-end. That's why even Google came with a suggestion that use KMP in backend and front-end, Flutter in front-end. Compose UI is coming. It is not stable. So, a lot of companies like I won't name confidential. They're using KMP backend for mobile apps. All mobile apps. They have even TV app which is using KMP. But front end, they are still using Swift UI, Compose UI, and Compose. Exactly. So no. So if the other technology is evolving. That doesn't mean your technology is dying. It means that if they can solve some problem, you can take inspiration from that technology and solve that problem in your technology as well. है ना? अभी देखते हैं ना अगर for example if you are Paytm है ना फोन पे ने कुछ लॉन्च किया तो Paytm भी लॉन्च करेगा तो ये थोड़ी ना बोलेगा फोन पे मैंने मार डाला unless RBI ने उसको बैन किया हो ठीक है तो yeah so is Flutter dead because of KMP? No. There are more reasons to understand why Flutter is not dead. Okay, and I'm telling you because of one reason that you guys have chosen Flutter as a technology, right? So you will spend some time, and if you're spending any time, even a second of your time on something, then you should get rewarded, right? Yeah? Job करने salary चाहिए. If you choose Flutter, then you should know why it is not dead. Okay. The first thing is open source. अगर कल को गूगल बोलता है कि मुझे नहीं चाहिए Flutter for any reason, तो क्लोज कर देते हैं. You still have open source code, right? Okay, then use it. You are not dependent on Google. Okay. Google is using Flutter or investing in Flutter for the different purposes. But community involved because of open source. Okay. Then investments. Google has made a lot of investments. Lot of companies around Flutter, for example, Levi's, Flutter, so they have invested billions. lot of companies who are using Flutter. For example, us, we have invested billions of dollars around Flutter. So there are not huge investment as well. Okay. So Flutter is not going to go away like that. Then community. I mean, community is very vast. Okay. तो अगर कल को कुछ होता भी है, they will take it up. Even आज के डेट में जितने ज़्यादा काम गूगल वाला नहीं करते, उससे ज़्यादा काम कम्युनिटी करती है. Right? You are using 90% of your plugins made by community, not by Google. Okay. Then business proposition. It is for Google. Google is pushing Flutter. Okay. Why? Because they get a base, they get I can say a platform where they can push their other technologies like Firebase, AI. You know, they have built special AI SDK, right? Why? They have their own business proposition. If you build mobile apps, you will also use other suits. And if they have invested in Flutter, that means they can build suits around it easily. Easily Facebook ज़्यादा कुछ बना नहीं रखता रहो. Then unmatched reach, same thing. If you have a tool or if you have a platform which have million developers, and if tomorrow you create or basically launch something new like Gemini, and you say Gemini is supported in Flutter, obviously you will use it, right? So they get unmatched reach by giving or supporting Flutter, and then feature of front end. Today, Flutter is basically used at every front of front end. Every. Okay. Even if you have a little home automation tool in your bathroom, okay, and if it is having the front end, you can use Flutter there, right? And it is being used at multiple places. So yes, Flutter is future of front end as well. So is Flutter dead? Will it? Never. Until you decide to leave it. है ना? तो टेक्नोलॉजी आती है और मर जाती है. कल को अगर हमने मोबाइल ऐप बंद कर रहे हैं यूज करना, हमने इसके अंदर जी रहे हैं, है ना? हम वॉच के अंदर ही जी रहे हैं, तो हमको नहीं चाहिए. So unless you are using it, it is life. Cool. So I had this one only. इसके अलावा, so I have a little announcement. So this is App Architects Academy. This is an initiative by 3 GDs, including me, and 2 other works at Geo Cinema. So we came up with one thing that you learn to code mobile app, but you fail in one thing, that is architecture. Even myself, I failed to create architecture for mobile app. Even being a GD, you will say, okay, GD, what I'll say, it's perfect. Because building a mobile app is very different than creating a solution. Right? So we came up with a solution that, okay, let's do YouTube videos, let's write blog, but that was not reachable. So we decided to create cohort, and we create cohort, we'll try to train people in that cohort, and then we'll see how that works. Okay, so we have started App Architect Academy, and the new batches will start from 1st June. If you want to check it out, that's link apparchitects.academy and check it out. Okay. One more thing which I'm still preparing is that about interviews. So I'm still on the way of building a PDF handbook for interviews, which will have almost 500-600 questions, which interviewer can ask in interview, and which I have asked myself as well. If you know, I have a Medium article on Flutter interviews. I'm not sure if you have went around it, but that is mostly used by most of the people. I know they use it in interviews, to take interviews and deliver interviews as well. Okay? So you can find a lot of new blogs, new PDFs there as well. Okay, so join their community and that's it. So I guess that is it from my side. Okay, you can connect with me on these links. Okay, you can find me at everywhere at Vivek by Tufane. Why I'm using Tufane, I don't know. Okay, for some stupid reason, but it stuck with me. Okay, so now before closing, are you ready? to tackle the Flutter interviews? Okay, are you ready to tackle your Flutter interviews? If you say yes, why? मैं तो कुछ बोला भी नहीं. Flutter अपडेट जान के तुम क्या कर लोगे? But ठीक है, we have upcoming sessions on GenAI. You can use GenAI to crack your interviews. We have things on state management databases, okay, and few more interesting stuff like solution creating or architecting. Okay, so try to focus in that. Try to spend a lot of time. Try to understand them. If you don't understand something, raise your hand, ask them. Okay, ये मत सोचो यार ये पूछ लूंगा तो वो नहीं समझ लेंगे, है ना? ये मत सोचो, just ask them. ठीक है, cool. So that's my time. Thank you guys. Okay. देखो अगर आप 1+1 2 लिख रहे हो तो इसका अपोजिट भी हो सकता है 2 = 1+1. तो रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग इज पॉसिबल एवरीवेयर. ठीक है, अभी तक फ्लटर में बहुत कम है. क्यों? पैकर से हाथ में आया नहीं. तो जब तक चोर पकड़ा नहीं गया तब तक हम कैसे बोले कि वो चोर नहीं. तो आई यूजुअली डोंट कमेंट ऑन दैट क्योंकि मुझे नहीं मालूम. मैंने ट्राई किया था, मुझे नहीं मिला कुछ. हाँ, तो आज के जो टूल्स जो भी अवेलेबल है एटलीस्ट मेरे लेवल तक तो मुझे नहीं मिला. ठीक है, अगर कोई सिस्टम इंजीनियर एकदम उधर तक जा सकता है, रिवर्स इंजीनियर हैकिंग करता है तो बता दें. रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग फ्रॉम मी इज नॉट स्टिल पॉसिबल. कुछ हद तक चीजें हैं बट नॉट कंप्लीटली. यू कैन नॉट गेट एवरीथिंग पॉसिबल.
There are certain applications that give you the Flutter code.
वो फ्लटर कोड नहीं दे रहा है, वो पैकेजेस बता रहा है.
No, they are giving codes as well.
आप तो रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग पॉसिबल है.
No, it is generally possible.
डीबग में नहीं करने का, एप्लीकेशन रिलीज मोड रहता है उसमें डालने का. डीबग डाल के तुम बोलोगे ये तो सिक्योर नहीं है.
यूआई कोड देगा ना, मतलब बिजनेस लॉजिक का कोड तो नहीं देगा.
अबे यूआई कोड है तो बिजनेस लॉजिक पे आ गया ना.
विजेट्स देगा.
So no, it actually
नहीं, but
depends.
there are tools to safeguard your apps. Okay, text guard and what चीजें. So even after implementing that, if those applications are giving you code, ठीक है, तो प्रॉब्लम. अगर आप सिंपल वेनिला एप्लीकेशन काउंटर एप्लीकेशन को दे रहे हो विदाउट कुछ सिक्योरिटी और वो फिर निकाल के दे रहे हो तो भाई आपका प्रॉब्लम. ठीक है, तो इट इज पॉसिबल बट कौन कर रहा है कौन नहीं कर रहा है वो नहीं. ठीक है, देखो रिपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है, एक और क्वेश्चन है क्या? हो गया. Cool. So that's it from my side. Okay. Next we have Sonali, who will talk on how you can use GenAI to excel in your interviews. Okay. और एक छोटा सा बता दो आपको कि आपने जितने मेल्स पढ़े आज फ्लटर मुंबई में, जितने भी आपने टेक्स्ट वगैरह देखा है, डिस्क्रिप्शन हो चाहे कुछ भी हो, वो सबका सब GenAI क्रिएट. ठीक है, अब मैं तो मेहनत नहीं करता. मैं मेहनत नहीं करता. ठीक है, मेरे पास मैं टाटा में काम करता हूँ. टाटा में स्किल्स का एक्सेस है मेरे पास. मैं उनका GenAI कोर्स कर रहा हूँ. ठीक है, प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियरिंग बोल लो. अरे कंप्यूटर इंजीनियर का प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियरिंग कर रहा हूँ. तो इट्स गुड. ठीक है, ट्राई इट आउट. देखो कितना आगे जाता है वो. ठीक है, क्योंकि मेरे तो काम आ रहा है. तो अगर आप पेड नहीं तो फ्री वाले फीचर्स जेमिनी के, चैट जीपीटी के, क्लाउड के ताकि देखो यूज करो. स्टेप बिहाइंड मत रहो. जैसे डर लग रहा है आपको रिएक्ट में लेके चला जाएगा मारा मारे. आप GenAI से टूल बना लो, कल को मारा मारे हुआ तो कुछ बना देना और. ठीक है, सो देयर आर लॉट ऑफ थिंग इन GenAI. GenAI इज रियली हॉट. ठीक है, इफ यू नो GenAI, इफ यू नो Flutter, तर चांस ऑफ गेटिंग इनटू Flutter इंटरव्यूज आर मच बेटर. है ना, अगर मुझे एंड्रॉइड Flutter दोनों आता है तो मेरे को लेगा. तुमको सिर्फ Flutter आएगा तो तुमको नहीं लेगा. सिंपल, जितना टूल्स तुम्हारे पास है उतना बेटर है. ठीक है, GenAI वेरी इजी टूल, वेरी इजी टू लर्न. ठीक है, खर्चा अगर तुम पेड लोगे तो ये तो खर्चा उसमें भी नहीं है ना. बट समहाउ पीपल आर फेयरिंग फ्रॉम दैट. क्यों? क्योंकि उन्होंने AI देखा. आपको AI का कोड नहीं करना है ना, पाइथन नहीं सीखना है, आप नहीं सीखना, सिर्फ इतना सीखना है क्या बोलूं उसको. ठीक है, Cool. So all the best with your interview preparation with AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Shall we get started? All excited? Okay, so I'm going to talk about how to use AI for your interview preparation. Okay, how many of you already have applied for interviews or gone through that process? Most of you, 70-80%. Okay, so what was the process for you? Resume बनाया सबसे पहले? Yes. What else? Found the relevant jobs? LinkedIn, Naukri. Where else? Indeed, fantastic. Where else? Friends ने भेजा था, WhatsApp पे मिला था, whatever, right? Okay, so these are the sources of jobs where you can get your job description, right? And accordingly, you will have a standard resume prepared already, and you will start applying. Now, somebody says, no, it's not just development which is expected, but we also want someone who knows, let's say, backend, or someone who is knowing cloud technologies as well, someone who is knowing AI technologies as well, right? Example. So you modify, because you know the basics of those technologies, you modify the resume and you start sending it again, right? What else? After that, you get shortlisted, right? So you need to prepare for the interviews. So interview preparation. So in that, what are the steps? You first of all, maybe there might be some one filter of MCQs which are asked, right? Then there might be some hands-on coding test. Then there can be interview preparation, right? So these can be the different steps of your selection process. After that, there will be behavioral questions, right? Somebody, HR or manager will come up with those questions. Then there is a negotiation that happens, right? So after that, you decide that, okay, this was one of the company, I have another offer also, right? So first of all, you accept or reject the offer, right? And after that, joining formality. So this is a complete process from your end, right? Any deviation from this? Right? This is the standard process that is generally followed. So I'll take you through all these steps and how GenAI is helping in at each and every step, right? So that is what we will see. So first of all, you will see brief introduction. In case you don't know, I assume you know AI, but just briefly, 2-3 minutes, I'll introduce you to the AI technology. I'll see what are the common challenges that you generally face as you are appearing for various interviews going forward, and how GenAI can help you in that particular process. So that is something we'll see, and we'll maybe have a 4 or 5 activities, hands-on activities, which will help you to get a feel, right? So all of you must be having ChatGPT with you. Yes. So let's go ahead and have those activities as we proceed. Okay, and how to take it ahead, how even Tata New Skills can help you in all these processes. Okay, so just to have a quick pulse check of all of you, I just want to understand which AI tool have you used? Gemini, okay, ChatGPT, what else?
Cloud.
Bard, very good.
Cloud.
Cloud, okay, what else? Black box, okay, Copilot, very good.
Complexity.
Fantastic. Llama,
Complexity.
very expert people here. So fantastic. So you already have used it. Now, as you go ahead with your job application, some of you are in colleges, some of you want to transition into another positions or roles. So, what are the common challenges that you have faced? Sorry? Okay. Generally, you need to update the resume again and again as per the job description. One thing, very tedious process. Second, anything else? Follow-ups, keeping all that in calendar. Also, too many resources for interview preparation. Which one is the legitimate resource and how should I prepare for this position? So generally, if you say, okay, Flutter questions, top 50 questions asked in 2024 for Flutter, right? Generally, this is what you get. But none of them are like very top-notch questions and not very specific to the role that you are planning to apply, right? So we need to bridge this gap, and that is where GenAI can help us. So these are the challenges. We'll go into the details and how AI. Have you heard about any AI taking the interviews? Have you heard about that use case? Recently, companies have started, many companies have started that you're screening instead of sitting one person throughout the day and taking, let's say, 10, 15 interviews. It is very easy from the company side to do the first level of filtering by asking the commonly asked questions, first level of questions using AI. So actually there is a voice that understands what you are speaking. If there is any clarification required, then AI asks you for clarification and then you actually answer and you are judged based on that. Okay, so this is very practical use case that is happening. Okay, so these are the applications. Before we go into the details of how ChatGPT or any of the GenAI tools can be used, I just want to get a brief check on what do you know about AI. What is AI? Not the long form, but what it is actually.
Just mediated human brain.
Mitigating human brain activities. Okay, you can say that. So what we are doing is we are giving that intelligence to machine, right? So it's kind of machine learning's advanced version where we are giving that intelligence that we generally have. For example, given 10 questions of Flutter, how to identify this candidate is suitable for the next round of interview or not. So this is a kind of intelligence that a human being used to have or is having, but now we are delegating that task to a machine or a kind of assistant who will be performing this task for you. So this is just a background. So nothing but we are making machines think. That's what the background is. Oops. So if you see, AI is everywhere. As per the Gartner report, I assume you all of you follow Gartner trends every year. Gartner, no. So Gartner is the company which every year publishes what are the recent trends which are happening. You can visit that website otherwise also. What are the recent trends? What are the upcoming technologies? What you should focus in next 2 to 3 years? What you should focus in the next 5 years? So Gartner report is something that you should follow every year to understand what is the ongoing thing in the market, right? So as per that report in October 23, you can see that more than 80% organizations will be using AI for various purposes, right? So we are not an exception. Every company will be using that. How it affects us, we have to use it in our day-to-day development, right? Day-to-day tasks. So whether you are a developer, Copilot is an option. Whether you are writing an email, then you will have Copilot extensions there. So even ChatGPT can be used. So we will see how it is being used. Some of you have named some models which are being used here. So all of you know OpenAI. ChatGPT is from OpenAI. You know Llama. Some of you have mentioned Bard. So all these basically models have evolved over the period of time. And now, what is the current version? We discussed in the morning. 4.0. Omni is the version, right? Which is the latest version. So we will be using that. If you look at the broader picture of AI, it involves your machine learning, it involves your deep learning and your large language models. So ChatGPT is nothing but your large language model. So we will be using one of the LLMs if you look at the broader picture here. How does it actually create, how internally ChatGPT works? Transformer, how it works internally, you can see here. So for example, if I am saying an apple, whether it is apple phone, apple tree, apple pie, what is the next word that will come based on the history and the data on which it is trained, it will decide that what is the highest weight value that it can have. So you can see here an apple using the transformer. It can be tree, it can be pie, store, whatever. So the value of tree, the weight associated with it is more. That's why the next word which will be produced in the large language model will be tree. So that is how it gets produced. Now LLMs are not just limited to text, but it is also including your voice, video, Sora. All of you have heard about Sora? Yes. So I'll just show you the demonstration of it. Voice cloning is happening. Images are getting created. Tally, right? So image creation, video creation, we'll see the demo, and code creation, Copilot. You have seen all these things. And one of the thing is prompt engineering. You already are familiar. I'm not. Only the thing, if you are using AI for job, in the job search process, basically what you will need is the context that you want to give. For example, I'm applying for so and so position. This is the company for which I'm applying for. This is my educational background. So this is your context that you set. Okay. Then your actual question. Then prepare the resume for me. What is the outcome that you are expecting? Right. So you should give the instruction. You should give the context, the input data. For example, this is my graduation marks. These are the projects that I have worked on. This is the college through which I graduated. So all these things are required, and finally the output that you want to have. Okay. So common challenges what you have in the interview process or overall job preparation process is, first of all, you have to prepare the resume. First of all, you have to find the jobs which are relevant to you. Then updating the resume, like we were talking about, updating the resume as per the requirement or job roles. Then you have to write cover letter. So sometimes if it is coming from the reference, or if it is not a direct apply option available, then you need to write to that HR that this is what I'm looking for. Many times on the LinkedIn you will see commenting for better reach. So it's not a direct apply option available. Somebody has given HR email ID or phone number, and you are reaching out to those people. So at that time, you need to write your cover letters. Then there is another challenge, like I was mentioning, uncertainty about preparation material. So many times, top 50 interviews, top interview questions, top 100 interview questions, multiple sources, old data, not updated to the latest version, not exactly tuned with what you are looking for in your job role. So that is the challenge. Then time constraint, too many things are available. And also many times if you see 50 questions, you might be knowing 10 questions. So if you have Gen AI supporting you for solving such problem, you can give that I already have basic understanding, I need questions at the intermediate level. So it will tune the model as per your requirement. So that is the advantage of it. Also, many a times there are lack of resources, and you don't get enough practice on the behavioral questions, like what was the challenge that you faced in your organization. So if you want to practice such questions, not necessarily you will have too many resources available. Or suppose you can give your background that there is a gap in my experience for 1 year, then how I should justify this. So this is a very specific question with your background. You may not find the right answer online for such things. Then you can have the answer with the help of Gen AI. So how Gen AI can help? Use ChatGPT to research about the company. So for example, if it is not well-known company, you need to go to 10 different sources. Like I want to apply for any of the startup. Not much material is available. Only website is available. But there might be some articles which are published about the product that they are developing. There might be some articles about the founder of that company. There might be some articles about some videos about that company, right? So you can gather that information using this ChatGPT. So that research can be done using the Gen AI. Then updating the resume. How you can generate? I'll just show you the demonstration. Anyway, we are going to have the hands-on activities here. All of you have used ChatGPT, I assume. What do you want to prepare? What resume you want to prepare? I am a fresher. With skills. I want to apply for, let's say, Flutter developer. What else you want to? I is, let's say, Amazon. Now you get exactly the description about the project. So many a times the challenge when we are working on any particular project, how to mention that particular project in the resume. So we generally find it challenging. So all the technologies that you have used, the languages that you want. Sorry, I just need to scroll up a bit. You can see here exactly GitHub link also. You just need to insert the values that this is the GitHub repository where you can refer to my project. You can see that what you have created, what are the technologies used, if you have done any internship that before, what was the duration. So just need to enter the values and your resume will be prepared, right? So also there are some templates also available, so you can put in that value, readily available templates, you can put in that value. Now I mentioned Flutter developer. So instead of that, let's say you are also applying side by side for the software developer position. So you can just modify few technologies and this resume can be updated, right? So the process itself becomes a bit, which was earlier a tedious one, which can become easier. You just need to copy the text and also you can add. So for example, I want to add that what was the role performed in those. So if you can see here, I just mentioned about Flutter developer. I didn't mention any. Anything like, okay, what were the skill? What is the skill set that I have? Automatically, it has picked up like Dart was used or C++, Java, Flutter, and Firebase. So you can modify, of course, based on what you have used, but technical skills and projects also. So you can see here in the projects. You can see the role is added, like it was a lead developer or you were just an intern or whatever is the task that you have done. Okay, so this way it becomes easier for you to prepare for the resume. Now the next part is okay. So the next part is updating the resume. Like I mentioned, it was for Flutter developer, but if you want to apply for software developer position as well, then you can say that instead of Flutter developer, I am also applying for software developer position in so and so company. Automatically, it will update for those things. Now the next is cover letters. Cover letters is something that I got your reference from LinkedIn from my friend. So and so give the name of your friend, and I got there is a position open in your company XYZ for Flutter developer. I want to apply. So it will give you the complete draft of that cover letter. So you just need to forward your CV and the cover letter will be ready. So this makes your process a bit easy compared to, so you can focus on preparation, right? So even in preparation, how it is helping, I'll just give you the demo. So this is cover letter. Then commonly asked questions. Introduce yourself. Very boring question in that sense, right? Every interviewer will, would you like to introduce yourself? How to make it interesting, you can ask ChatGPT and practice it again and again. Not just with text, but what you can do is basically you can give your audio and it will give you feedback. So this will, it's like your friend or sibling you have and you are practicing in front of them, or it's like you are practicing in front of a mirror. Same thing you can do with the help of ChatGPT. So let's say you are saying, I'm introducing like I have done my graduation from XYZ college. I passed out in this year. Currently, I'm working. Very boring, right? So this is becoming boring. How can I make it interesting? Give input to that audio as well as give input to the ChatGPT, asking how can I make it more interesting so that I can find the next trail of questions from that. I want to highlight few of my skill set. I want to highlight my personal achievements as well in this particular introductory part. So all these things become interesting. Second, how to negotiate your salary, which comes at a later part, but it is a skill, right? So generally, people find it difficult to, how should I say? This is how I am saying. Where am I going wrong? So it becomes like your buddy or friend that it will help you in improving. So that is how GenAI is helping you. Now, many a times we have fillers when we are talking. Even I have that problem. Many a times we have something like we use the word like frequently. We use sometimes, right? So it will also help you in practicing the questions in that sense also, that you can avoid this things, right? So you can practice the tough interview questions. Also, at times we don't have the, in the interview process, we need clarity when we are answering the question, especially when we are talking about technical part. We should be able to explain the same concept. In our head we know, but we can't explain it to the interview. So how to have that clarity is something that you can achieve with the help of GenAI, because you give your audio as an input, you can give your video as well as an input, and you can create. Many a times you also want to create your video resume. How many of you have seen video resume? Right? So it's very unique and interesting way of making it small video. Also, you can embed in your text file also. That this is how I have introduced. So if you want suggestions on that as well, then GenAI can help you there. You can upload your raw video and it will help you enhance that. Right? So that is possible. Then sometimes you want to practice MCQs, but you don't get right set of MCQs which are generally asked as a part of your first screening in the interview process. So you can generate, for example, I'm preparing for, I don't know, widgets in Flutter, okay? Or if I'm talking about Firebase and Flutter connectivity, I'm working on that part. Please help me create MCQs specifically on this, because I need to prepare on that part more. So if you give such kind of inputs, GenAI will give you 10 questions only based on that, and you don't know the answers. So you will keep on practicing again and again and again. So this is how you can prepare, starting from resume, starting from finding the right company, starting from understanding your job roles. Sometimes you also don't understand what is written in this particular job requirement. I don't know what this particular position is. If you want to summarize, if you want that to be stated in a better way so that you understand, you can ask that as well. Again, behavioral question. What was the tough situation that you faced? What is your drawback? Right? So these kind of questions and how to make it positive, work positively for you, right? So if I say that no, I work very hard, that's my drawback. Sometimes I forget and I work too late, so my family complains about it. That's what people generally tell. What is your drawback, right? So it will help you in such a way that you can phrase it properly and it will work positively in your favor. Then also, like I said, you can receive the feedback. Suppose you are uploading your introduce yourself video, then you can receive feedback on that, how I can do better. So this is another thing. And apart from that, many more are possible. So of course it saves you time. It is adaptable as per your requirement. It increases the confidence while you are preparing, realistic and easy to use. Now let's go for the hands-on activities. Okay, you can open on your mobile phone ChatGPT. So I have 4.0 only version, paid version. So you can open free version. That's also okay. Okay. So first thing, same thing I just do. Now, what you can do is you can ask ChatGPT that please mock interview me for Flutter position, let's say in Tata Digital, and ask me questions one by one and give me feedback on each one as we go. So that is what we generally don't get when we are preparing ourselves. So I'm just putting this text here. So you can see it has started with the same question. Can you tell me a bit about yourself and why you are interested in Flutter developer position? Same thing generally interviewers also ask us, right? So if I say XYZ, let's see what it understands. So it gave me actually the feedback also, what you should have. I'm a recent computer science graduate with a passion for mobile app development. See, now the phrasing of the answer becomes more and more clear. So you can actually practice based on this and provide that audio input and it will give you feedback. See, I'm the recent graduate with a passion for mobile app development. During my studies, I have worked on several projects. And this context ChatGPT has taken from the resume that we just repeated with the help of that. So they know what is the context now. So in the same context, the answer comes. So you will get the similar questions also. When you are answering, if it is going in the right direction, it will keep on nudging you in the another direction. So that way. So you can have mentioned about the projects that you have worked on. Then I'm particularly interested in this things because innovative solutions that you have or my skills are appropriate for that. So all these things are mentioned. So this is how we can go ahead and the second question comes up. Can you describe the challenging problem that you faced? So it's a behavioral. You can give prompt saying that I want more technical questions. So it will give you technical questions. I want to practice more on MCQs. So it will give you MCQs as well. So this is how you can keep on preparing. Now I'll give you another interesting thing. You can go to, if you have a paid version, you can go to explore GPTs. And you can say create. Okay. Now this is your own interview buddy that you can build on your own. Okay. So for example, you have 1,000 questions ready with you. You have certain technical questions also ready with you. You have some MCQs also ready with you. You can feed that as an input to the ChatGPT. So let's say I have So I'm just giving an instruction, make a Flutter interview buddy GPT for me. So what is the name that you want? Okay. So we are building our own GPT, right? So now it will give a profile picture also. So this is your own GPT personalized to your requirement that you are creating. So this is the buddy. Okay. This is okay. Great. Now refine the context. What should be emphasized or avoided in the responses? For example, what I can say, more advanced concepts. Emphasize more on advanced concepts. So it is training the model according. Should it be formal, friendly, or something like that? So I can say like strict. Very strict interviewer I want to create. Ask for clarification. If anything is not clear, then ask for clarification, yes. So it is updating the GPT accordingly. Your Flutter interview buddy is ready. Now you can try. So now you can see here, this Flutter interview buddy is ready for the questions. So suppose if I want to have something like, for example, I have one file. The downloads. So you can see here I have Flutter questions file, and I include that as well in the training model. So it will update the GPT for those Flutter questions. Now it is equipped with the comprehensive set of questions from the PDF that you have provided. So now it is ready. Now here you can try mock interview. You can see here questions are getting rendered, not very visible, but you can see, hello, how can I assist you with your Flutter? Interview preparation today. I don't know why it is rendering like this. Here are some questions. Maybe on text it will be better visible. It is creating code and everything, but not properly visible. So it is creating too many questions. Feel free to answer any of these questions. It's not visible. We can copy it.
I finish my single screen.
The image, because that image is coming in this side, it's going to be there. So yeah, you can see the text. Ask me questions one by one, give me feedback on each one as we go. Something like that. So the purpose of telling this is, you can see the preview here of all the questions. They have given the code snippets as well here. Okay. Anyway, you got the feel of what we are trying to do. You can create your own basically GPT which will help you in preparation. Maybe that image you can remove and the questions will be visible. Okay, so that's the preview. You can create your own MCQs, maybe 100 MCQs on Flutter, help me practice 100 questions which are specific. Now, just like I gave the PDF file as an input, you can give your job role or job description as an input. So it will design the questions accordingly and you can start practicing. Okay. So this is how you can use ChatGPT for job preparation. Now the next use case, if you want to see, here are questions. Tell me a time when you failed and what have you learned. Let me take it and it will tell you one example. During my second year of university. Something similar, right? We all have faced. I had some problem. What I have learned is importance of planning. I have learned time management. So obviously it works in your favor, and that is something that you can showcase, right? So do you find this useful? Will you use it in your next preparation? Right? So far, do you have any questions? Finding it easy, very simple, right? Um, Team collaboration, testing, quality assurance, and all those things you can highlight. Now, the first question, introduce yourself. So you can also ask, this is my resume, create a 30-second elevator pitch for the job interview of, let's say, Flutter developer. So highlight my career achievements and company's mission. Because it should be in alignment with what that company is looking for, right? So you can ask this question to ChatGPT. I'll just show you.
नीचे की तरफ से करके
Highlighting attributes in alignment
कैमरे के लिए करते जा रहे
with. So you can, hi, I'm passionate about Flutter development, meeting with computer science. Anyway, we have seen this last time. So user engagement, data digital's commitment to innovation helps me. So this is something they have taken already from the mail. So this is how you can prepare. All right. So this is pretty much what I wanted. I'll highlight you few of the hands-on activities, few more which I have listed down. So you can take the screenshots and whenever you have time or whenever you are preparing for the interview, you can have these questions. Okay. Company's culture, right? So generally the question is, what do you know about Tata Digital? So these questions you can help. What is the culture? What are the values? Then also some of you might not have CS background and still you are applying for the developer role. So this is my background. Let's say you are coming from civil engineering or mechanical engineering and I'm applying for Flutter job. So people might ask this kind of question. So how to justify that? That is a common challenge or question. So you can also get that answer. So such kind of questions you can, or suppose the company culture that you had earlier. Let's say you were working in a startup and now you are applying for the large organization. Then the cultural shift. How will you cope up? Or maybe the time required to spend in a particular company is more. They are asking. It's a very demanding job. So how to justify that you come from so and so background and now we have this requirement, so how you are fitting for this particular role. So that also you can. Sometimes there is a situation, we were talking about layoffs and all. So you are fired or laid off from a particular company and you want to justify that in your resume and what you have done in between. Maybe you have learned some certain skills or something like that. Then you want to highlight, then ChatGPT can help you that this is something I have done in this period, then help me highlight or help me communicate that properly to the interviewer. So definitely you can come up with those answers also. So that is one thing. Some of you were asking while coming here, oh, I'm running late. My friend is running late. So how to communicate, right? You have another meeting and you have interview schedule. So how to write that? How to accept or reject politely and in a formal manner any particular offer. So all those things uh, you can perform with the help of ChatGPT applications. If you don't want to move forward with the interview process, you are tied up with something, then in that case, thank you note for interviewing. After your interview, you should write a thank you note. Thank you for interviewing. Thank you for spending time. So all these things are possible with the help of ChatGPT. Now, like I mentioned in the morning, we generally train on technical skills with the help of data analysis. This was about the interview preparation with GenAI. We do have specific courses on GenAI, mastering GenAI. Vivek can vouch for that. He is taking up that course. So then AI-led cybersecurity, AI-led full stack development. We also have data course with AI integrated. So not just full stack development or data analytics or cybersecurity is sufficient. You should have a layer of AI integrated with that, and that's what we have in these boot camps. If you are not able to spend like 6 months, 9 months courses, so we have short-term courses as well. So for specifically for Flutter development, if you know the basics and want to advance in many projects into that, get the feedback, all of that. Then we have OneStack, web developer. All of them have AI integrated component, business intelligence and analytics. And there are many more free courses also available. So in case you want to get the feel of how the course looks like, does it fit my requirement? Is it beneficial for me? Get the feel with the help of free courses. If it suits you and you find a value addition through that, then definitely you can enroll for that. So, and today, if any one of you want to go ahead with any of these courses, we have Gaurav and Aritra sitting just outside the hall. Feel free to connect with them. Of course, we can offer some discounts also for the spot registration. So, if you register today itself, it will be helpful. There are many, basically, you can have the success stories. You can listen to success stories on the websites also. Many people have transitioned. They were from civil background, they were from mechanical, but they have transitioned. Some of the developers who were working as a software developer but wanted some AI enablement. So many people are taking up that course. Even TD employees are taking up that course. So it's designed so that you prepare with that flavor of AI. Okay, so feel free to explore. Our website is newskills.tatadigital.com. You can search about new skills also. So you'll get full stack development information there, as well as other bootcamps information as well as there. We also have brochures which Gaurav will share with you in a while. So feel free to explore, and I'm sure it will be beneficial for you, whatever stage you are at. Okay. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer related to the overall session or dynamics based courses.
I have a question. So generally, as you say, GenAI, that is ChatGPT. Now, what we people say is that with ChatGPT 4 है, that is not updated system, but we use ChatGPT very closely. तो पुराना सारा मॉडल यूज करते हैं. So how about we get some data which is very new through GenAI?
So now, like I mentioned, ChatGPT 4 Omni version has come up, which is becoming free. So it is giving all the information which we used to get with the paid version. They are making that model available for free now, and they are going ahead with the new model. So definitely that is coming up as a desktop application free. I think for iOS it's already free, and eventually in few months you will get that model as free for Windows as well. Yeah.
So we created resume using ChatGPT, but that's not useful as much because what I wanted to be in a format to fit in my one page, and I need to go ahead again modify it. So it would be multiple steps. So is there any way to automate the process so that I can get the PDF or get the latex modified in the same place?
Yeah, good question. So here you get some fields because you need to fill in that information. Now with ChatGPT, there are ChatGPT plugins which are coming, right? So we have but PDF plugins or PPT plugins. You can create your own PPT and PDF in that format. So there are companies who are working on the top of ChatGPT as a plugin. So just like we are developing our own GPT, you can have external API calling which will generate a PDF for you. So it will not be like copy from here and pasting it into one of the templates, but you have ChatGPT plugins which are available in the. So you can see here. I just see here. You can see it for writing. These are the writing related. Similarly, for resume also you have additional GPT plugins available which you can use and directly PDF will be. Anything else?
Is this available for all models? It's not free.
This is not free as of now, but they are trying to make it free. It's like Google Play Store के से ना वैसे store बनाया है. So for paid version it's available, but going forward they will make it free. अभी तो नहीं, because they are also improving and people are spending on that. And if you want to build our own GPTs, own RHG models and all, so that is something we teach in our courses. So if you are more interested in that, then you can. Anything else? Anyone? Feel free to ask questions. Whatever you want, however simple. Everything clear? Found it useful? Yes. As an interviewer, so see, this is general information that you use. I'm not saying that you use ChatGPT during the interview. I'm saying that prepare for the interview. When you come as a person, so first filtering is okay. If you ask any Flutter commonly asked question, first level generic and next level when you come, that person comes to you for the physical or online. At that time, you can ask the questions which are very much scenario specific. Let's say in your project you have faced certain situations. These situations, of course, if you ask this scenario-based question, ChatGPT gives you certain scenarios also, but very specific to your project. That person will not find these answers online. Let's say I was working on so and so, and I faced this challenge, or I was my app was crashing in certain situations. What should I do? So that is where human brain is required, or it is very specific. You can't find these answers. So in that case, you will. So you are saying automated way. So first thing is tab altering. So when you are facing, let's say teams web kind of even if it is a AI which is taking, you have to have a call with that person. So if that person is switching the tab, then that can face recording or prompting basically of that person can be done. Second thing is there are some especially for very technical when you are writing. I write technical papers for my PhD. So people try to identify whether this text is generated through ChatGPT or not. So there are tools which are invented which check piracy of the text or the speech with the chat. Plagiarism. So there are tools available for that. So you need to integrate this. I got it. It's a concern. Yeah. You're right. It's a concern, but yeah, there are ways. Any other question? No? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sonali, for a wonderful session. We learned a lot about ChatGPT today. तो मतलब समझ गए ना, अभी से रेज्यूमे असाइनमेंट्स कुछ नहीं करने का, just ChatGPT. Our college students, normal students. अच्छा, by the way, Vivek is presenting something for you guys. Social media. Yes. Scroll it down. Scroll it down.
Guys, आपको whenever you are writing on any social media post about the event, that Tata News is try to follow for the latest updates on that, so that we also know that you are attending the event.
Guys, this is Tata News Instagram page. If anybody is posting on Insta, please tag them for stories. Other page.
टैग क्यों करोगे?
उसके बगैर आपको गिफ्ट नहीं मिलेंगे आज के. Tata News, then there's Foodtour. Everybody has got some gifts. Flutter Mumbai has got some gifts. अच्छा, ये कौन जानता है इनको? हाथ मत उठाओ. It's not a classroom, guys. You guys can just say ways.
कैसा आदमी है? पहले पूछते हैं, बताओ कौन जानता है, फिर बोल रहा हाथ मत उठाओ.
हाथ नहीं उठाने का, सीधा आंसर देने का.
अच्छा, कौन नहीं जानता बाबू को? ऐसा कोई है?
Does anybody know what he is known for, like a tagline? For Pawan Kumar.
दिख रहा है.
नहीं, एक और tagline है ना. The one we know in respect to GD. He is the first Flutter GD in India. So that is a tagline that we used to know him back then. Still knowing that for that tagline only. He has also presented the Flutter Zero book. We'll be showing you complete description. We'll be telling you what it is and complete list. So please tag him for Instagram for social media stories. And can you show Flutter Mumbai, please?
Before that, Flutter Zero is a ebook written by him. ठीक है? अगर आपने इनके पहले का बुक पढ़ा हुआ तो ठीक है. उसका अपडेटेड बहुत ही अपडेटेड वर्जन है. So there are 3 books which would be three books given by you will get that from competition. ठीक है, जो हम में खेलेंगे. 2 books आपको सोशल मीडिया से. ठीक है, इसलिए इसको दिखाना. कुछ क्या प्राइस है इसका? 1000 कुछ
500.
500 कुछ.
499 book for one book price. For the second book, that is Flutter 100 and Flutter Zero, 999.
So we are giving Flutter
Zero.
Zero. ठीक है. तो सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट करो, उसमें से किसी एक को रैंडम मिलेगा. ठीक है.
Plus, there is one more. Mumbai Flutter. We have our own social media as well. हम लोग थोड़े से डिजिटली कम हैं फिलहाल.
तुम लोग का फ्लटर मुंबई है ना?
We are always known as Mumbai Flutter on social media and on our handles. अच्छा, मतलब there is a consistency for you guys. Whenever you guys are tagging us, please tag for Mumbai Flutter. Never for Flutter Mumbai. We are never Flutter Mumbai anywhere. जो हमारे और सोशल मीडिया हैंडल्स है, अनफॉर्चुनेटली मिल नहीं पाया तो हमने मुंबई फ्लटर ही रखा हुआ है. And it's the same from the start. So please tag us, and from there only we'll be selecting all the social medias, all the posts. Can you scroll down? Some of the people have actually done the posting. There was Ritwik Raval. There is Nishit Savla. Or going
Then Flutter Mumbai.
second tab also. So there are multiple people who have also done. So जितने लोग यहाँ पे पोस्ट करते जाएंगे, उतने लोगों को गिफ्ट के चांसेस ज्यादा है. जिन लोगों के पोस्ट नहीं रहेंगे, उनके चांसेस कम होते हैं. And one more is that we'll be also selecting one guy or a girl from this for goodies. So there is also a chance for you guys that over here also you can get selected. We have our speakers, our organizers, and our sponsors as judges for selecting one random person for goodies. So best of luck, guys. Enjoy yourself. Acha, there's a 5 minutes break. Huh? It's a networking session. We can.
You can go out, but don't go out to chill. ठीक है, 5 मिनट नहीं लगता उसमें.
And no Netflix and chill.
ठीक है, कोई एक और आप लोगों को मालूम गुडीज क्या क्या? पता है?
It's a certain
फ्लटर 0 का बुक है, ठीक है, हेडफोन्स है, जैकेट है, टी-शर्ट है, और जो भी उसके तो
dart bird as well, right? I heard somewhere there is a dart bird. We have brought it. Yes. लाया हमारे एक नंबर ने dart bird लिखा है. So dash. So best of luck guys.
मैं मेरा वाला नहीं दे रहा किसी को, एक मिला मुश्किल से तो बटवा रहा हूँ, बट ठीक है, तो ये सब है, डू दिस थिंग, ओके, एंड फिर 5 मिनट बाद फिर से ये पे इसको जो करना है, खाना पीना 5 मिनट वापस आ गए, ठीक है।
अगर जीडी को ना कॉफी मग भी मिला है ये साल, तो वो भी चांसेस हो सकते हैं. बेस्ट ऑफ लक.
जैकेट है
अरे उसका वेबसाइट है ना, फूड कंपनी, उस पर पूरी डाला है, उस पे डाला है
कैसा कोडिंग करता है
हाँ हाँ बस ये रहने देंगे, बाद में बोलेगा भाई वो ये
वेब एप्लीकेशन कुछ ही दिन में छोटा वाले के नाम से आई वाला तो वैसे छोटा वाले का नाम से चलेगा ये ये अपना जो बता रहे हैं तो फिर जैसे हम लिस्ट में मॉडिफिकेशन वैसे टाइप का ज़्यादा वेबसाइट देखा बंदा बना के रखा उसका मुझे डिसाइड
ये दो दिन का रास्ता है,
वरती चढतो थांब मी करून दे हां
लाइव स्ट्रीम बंद कर दो, पार्ट 2 डाल देंगे. ठीक है बाद में चालू करिए. थोड़ा जूम आउट कर देना.
हाँ एडिट करके रिमोट पे रहते झूम रिमोट से जाके
चालू करते हैं.
ये भाई द वे तेरा कैमरे पे ना वो आ चुका है, ब्लर हो रहा है वीडियो.
हाँ
वो देख
क्लीन कर कैमरा
क्लीन
क्लीन
कर
कर.
पॉज कर.
क्लीन वो नहीं है, वो फोकस कर रहा है. देखना फोकस कर रहा है, ब्लर कर रहा है. चेहरे पे फोकस करेगा.
हाँ भाई बस वीडियो का यही पार्ट
बस,
काटने
बस,
वाला है. यही पार्ट काटने वाला है बस.
फैंटास्टिक फोकस.
नहीं, अगर और रूप चेहरा नहीं देगा, ऑडियो कर.
Just join now.
इन्वर्टर ए भाई नबील इधर
Enjoy your feeling.
दो लोग और दूसरे किसके साथ.
For the one guy that's watching, thanks.
समझा वो इधर से ही मिला है.
विवेक गलती करता है. खुद के अकाउंट से करते हैं सब्सक्राइबर की को. फ्लटर को कितना भी रहेगा.
कितना है
रहेगा कुछ
इसका डबल मेरे पे.
अभी कैलकुलेट करते रहो. ठीक है, निकल अगर डबल नहीं तो उधर
डबल से आ रहा है.
अबे YouTube वाले बोल रहे हैं
काफी करता है. They should be surprised. I should be focused.
ग्रीन ब्लैक आउट
थोड़ा बहुत ही जाता जाओ.
ठीक अगर इन केस हुआ तो
थोड़ा सा जैसे एप्लीकेशन बनाया था पैकेज थैंक फिर उसके बाद क्या तो दिन में अटेंड किया तो उसी तरह और कोई रिक्वायरमेंट किया तो अगर नेटिव भी करना है तो कंप्लेन कर या तो फिर इसके आगे फिर करना. मुझे फ्लटर ज़्यादा एक्साइट किया इसी नाम से 5 साल लग जाएगा मेरा काम करने. सबसे अच्छा वही है. और यहाँ कुछ है सब बाद में पता चला कि ऐसा भी नहीं. थोड़ा सा मॉडिफिकेशन कि अपना विंडोज वगैरह उसी पे टेस्ट करना है. टेस्ट पूरा सामान उसी से टेस्ट करना है. एकदम बहुत कम चीज़ है. ये देखिए क्या कम्युनिटी वाली बात अभी के 2017 आया है. 2017 में लॉन्च हुआ. देन उसके बाद फेमस ही हुआ एंड्रॉइड के नाम. तो कम्युनिटी यूज ही वो एंड्रॉइड वाली है. इसके लिए प्लगइन्स पैकेजेस जो बने हैं सब्सक्राइब मेरे अपने खुद एक प्रोजेक्ट पर काम चालू है मेरा. वो हो जाएगा तो कोशिश है कि उसके अंदर एक डार्क पैकेज लिखा श्योरिटी एंड पर देखते हैं. डार्क पैकेज इससे निकाल दें क्योंकि अपने एप्लीकेशन को और डार्क पैकेज अच्छा डिस्क्लोज नहीं कर रहा अच्छा. उसमें डिफिकल्ट नहीं है. हाँ बताया था उसने. बट इसके लिए इतना नहीं है. हमारा फायदा इसलिए है हमारी एक ही काम कर रही है. Same. मेरा भी ऑफिस में सेम पूरी ऑफिस .NET डेवलपमेंट एक लड़का बंदा था जो बैकएंड भी करता था मतलब बैकएंड क्या किया एप्लीकेशन के लिए मैं क्या करना पड़ता था मैं पाइथन डिजाइन मैंने इसलिए लिया था कि Node.js और .NET हम लोगों ने .NEट के लिए MS स्कूल बना के रखे उनका बैकएंड MS स्कूल और वो पूरा .NEट एकदम सपोर्ट करता है पाइथन भी सपोर्ट करता है Node.js पर बना रखा है तो मैंने इसको चूज किया मैंने .NEट में भी कोडिंग किया ये .NEट में नहीं पता पाइथन में .NEट में मैं क्या था मैंने 10-12 हाँ but पुराने कंपनी मैं देखा हूँ जितने भी मैंने सबके मेजॉरिटी मैं जो मैनेजर भी कर गया तो वहाँ पर भी मेजॉरिटी जो भी मैच दिखता वेबसाइट बना लेते हैं और आज से भी उसका हुआ है लेकिन अभी जो पर्सनल हमने तो एक ऑफर आया था सामने से कॉलेज में कोई भी कॉलेज हमसे पर्सनल नहीं होगा सर्टिफिकेशन पूछा था नहीं कर रहा पहले तो बोले फॉलो अप डालना वापस सोचा कि एक्चुअली आपके कुछ किया है उसके वजह से यश का पता है रिश्वत दे रहा मेरा ऐसा कह रही क्या मैंने नहीं लिया तुम्हारा मैंने अपना एप्लीकेशन डाला मैं एक साल बाद उसका ईयरली वाला है मैंने अगले साल का नहीं क्या मेरा एप्लीकेशन और कभी लोग का या फिर मैंने कुछ गाना कर दिया कंपनी इसके लिए आपके क्लाइंट से बार-बार आएंगे
Hello. Hello. Guys. I'm audible, right? मेरा आवाज सबको आ रहा है? Guys, किसी ने इन्वर्टेज का नाम सुना है? इन्वर्टेज कोई ऐसी कंपनी थी जो कुछ सालों पहले से हवा में चल रही थी फिर अचानक से गिर गई। इसमें सुना है इन्वर्टेज का? Has anybody heard Invertage with Flutter? Flutter का Firebase actually Flutter के जो पैकेजेस होते थे Firebase के साथ उस कंपनी का नाम सुना है Invertage जिनका अच्छा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन होता था then suddenly one day we came to know कि भाई Flutter ने उनको हटा दिया sorry Firebase ने उनको हटा दिया no jokes apart guys so as you guys know Invertage we have Nabeel Kumar with us who has worked in Invertage. He has been working over there. I think so. If not wrong, वो भी छोड़ दिया बेचारे ने क्या ही And we have Dipin Sonwani over here for us with Orange Powers.
Yeah,
he works at Orange Powers.
अच्छा वो अभी उसका जॉब है मेरा नहीं
And second thing is state management. Have you guys heard about state management? What is state management? क्या होता है state management? Managing data. And sorry? Effective communications, effective flows. But then किसी ने ये सोचा मैं क्या questions इंटरव्यू में पूछे जा सकते हैं state management को लेके? Don't look at me like that. I haven't done anything wrong.
You always do something.
So we have today actually Nabeel Parker and Dipin Sonwani for the state management interview questions. They'll be teaching you what questions are asked over there, what are the solutions that you can guys find and sort it out.
चलो आ जाओ आप लोग सेटल हो गए क्या वेट कर रहे हो ठीक है तो नबील वर्क at Invertage सुना है किसी ने
दूसरी बात पूछ हो गया
क्या Invertage सुना है किसी ने मेलॉस यूज किया मेलॉस अच्छा तुमने फायरबेस के प्लगइन्स यूज किए
Anyone of Flutter Fire? Yes.
हमारा है
ताकि चेक तो करो
2 साल में बंद हो गया था ना वो है
अभी तक चालू है सुनना
So Invertage is company who is working on a lot of things, especially on open source tools. Even Nabeel works on open source tools. ठीक है, ओपन सोर्स पे काम करने के पैसे मिलते हैं। तो इज ओपन सोर्स इंजीनियर एंड इन्वर्टेस का एक और प्रोडक्ट है ग्लोब। So you can use Globe to make Firebase functions, backend और बहुत सारी चीजें। एक और तो front end वाला क्या था? Zap.run।
Zap.run है।
So you can use Zap.run to run your Flutter app। ठीक है, you can provide a repository, you can write an actual code better than Dartpad and run your application in web। ठीक है, Zap.run। So there are multiple tools।
Google I/O में वो Firebase Data Connect तुम लोग देखे रहेंगे।
हाँ।
तो उसका VS Code एक्सटेंशन भी हमने बनाया।
आपको मालूम है अभी Firebase SQL भी सपोर्ट करता है?
Yes. But याद रखना invitation
ठीक है।
Just kidding, guys.
Along with it, we have Dipin, Sonwani, बराबर है?
Yes.
ठीक है। So Dipin, Sonwani work at नारंगी company.
Orange Power.
अच्छा। Orange Power. Orange Power. It's a UK based company. ठीक है। और कोई से पूछा रिमोट जॉब काम करता है कि ये दोनों रिमोट में काम करते हैं, बहुत पैसा कमाते हैं। ठीक है। So Orange Power is a solar company। ठीक है, आपको सोलर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी वगैरह देगी एंड उसके जो यूटिलिटी और जो भी कुछ एप्लीकेशन है फ्लटर में, ठीक है, उस पे डिपेंड करने काम करते हैं। दे आर गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट स्टेट मैनेजमेंट। ठीक है, जैसा यश ने बताया क्वेश्चन आंसर कुछ ऐसे कुछ होंगे, इंटरेक्टिव होंगे, आप लोगों को उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करना है। ठीक है, पहले के दो टॉक थे जहाँ पे आपने सुना, अब बाकी के जो टॉक्स होंगे वहाँ पे आपको पार्टिसिपेट करना है। ठीक है, अगर कुछ ऐसा क्वेश्चन है जो आपको स्टेट मैनेजमेंट के पूछना है तो ये वो टॉप, ये वो टाइम है। आपको कुछ इन्होंने बोला लेकिन इस पे आपको डाउट है, 1% का भी डाउट पूछो।
How to use block? Block.
आपको कोड करने का यूज करना है। ठीक है, बड़ा गुड क्वेश्चन, ये लोग इसका जवाब देंगे, मैं इनका स्टेज ले लूंगा। ठीक है, सो रेडी? ठीक है,
So by the way, one suggestion guys, जितने भी स्पीकर्स आ रहे हैं ना प्लीज सबका फोटो खींचना, बिकॉज़ द डिजाइनर हैज बीन कंप्लेनिंग कि एक अच्छा फोटो नहीं है स्पीकर्स का।
तुम हटो फोटो में से।
नहीं, आपका भी नहीं है सर फोटो।
तुम हटो फोटो में से तो अच्छा है।
So it's a request, जितने भी स्पीकर्स आ रहे हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजर आ रहे हैं, सबका जरा फोटो खींचना। Our designer has been constantly complaining to us.
नहीं चलेगा, अपन सेल्फी लेंगे एंड में भाई।
सर आपको चाहिए जरूरत है?
यार दो लोग हैं ना भाई,
एक ऑडियंस के लिए भी रखो।
चलेगा वो कर देंगे।
So, how are you guys doing? नींद आ रही है सब लोगों को? हाँ? चलेगा, जिसको नींद आ रही है भाई बाहर सोफा है, वुडन है, बैग ले लो सो जाओ। बाकी स्टेट मैनेजमेंट के लिए है क्या पब्लिक? बात करूँ स्टेट मैनेजमेंट में। तो ये एक बहुत कॉमन टॉपिक है इंटरव्यूज में। मैं खुद इंटरव्यू कंडक्ट किया हूँ, मेरा खुद इंटरव्यू लिया गया तो स्टेट मैनेजमेंट के बारे में हमेशा एक टॉपिक आता है, एक क्वेश्चन तो मिनिमम आता ही है फॉर एनी फ्लटर डेवलपर पोजीशन। तो ये टॉक में हम लोग थोड़ा देखेंगे कि इंटरव्यू प्रोसेस में स्टेट मैनेजमेंट को लेके कैसे सवाल पूछे जाते हैं, क्या तुम्हारे को क्या नॉलेज चाहिए रहेगा, सो व्हाट सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग्स यू नीड टू नो टू एक्चुअली क्रैक एन इंटरव्यू व्हेन दे आस्क यू अबाउट स्टेट मैनेजमेंट। तो विवेक ने अच्छा एक इंट्रोडक्शन दे दिया। तो आई एम नबील पारकर, आई एम ए ओपन सोर्स इंजीनियर एट इन्वर्टेस। अब मैं क्या करता हूँ कितने लोगों को समझ में आएगा मेरे को नहीं मालूम, बट आई वर्क ऑन द पाइथन क्लाउड फंक्शंस एसडीके फॉर Firebase। अब जिसको समझ में आ गया उन लोगों को समझ में आ गया, जिसको नहीं आया बाद में पूछ लेना। तो क्या बता दे भाई।
Hi guys, I am Dipin Sonwani। जैसे तो विवेक ने आपको सब ब्रीफिंग तो दे दिया है। So I work at Orange Power Limited। So it's a startup based out of UK, or we work on a product which enhances solar power more and reduces the grid consumption, and we provide cashbacks based on that to the users. Am I audible? Yes. Yeah. So we're gonna give a talk about state management, as Nabeel said. If you have started with Flutter or you're starting it out yet, so it's a very great subject to learn about. So let's get started. So our talk is about, I'll tell you the format of the talk. How is it going to be? We'll ask a question which would be the interview based or any other interviewer would like to know about. And we'll give you a chance as well to participate and know more. Like it should be interactive from you guys as well, so you don't get sleepy. And then we'll give you an ideal answer about that. And then one of us will explain the answer, why is it, and how does it work. So let's get started with the first question.
So, what is state? यहाँ पे किसी को मालूम है state क्या होता है? Anyone? महाराष्ट्र एक जॉब मिला मेरे और कौन सा the data of your app okay okay current state of data and application एक बंदा बोला खाली data एक बंदा data और application दोनों बोल रहा है इसमें सही कौन सा है data only okay
So I'll tell you what state is. So state is basically not only data, it requires when you build UI at a certain point of time, the data is required. That is state. And also UI is a function of state. So when state changes, UI has to change.
Right, so this is a mathematical term. Right? UI is a function of state. Usually you find these kind of talks in like what math focused people. But basically what state allows us to do is encapsulate the current configuration of your application. Right? कि भाई तुम्हारा फॉर्म है, भाई चेकबॉक्स अगर चेक है, फॉर्म में क्या डेटा है, नाम लिखा हुआ है, ईमेल आईडी लिखा हुआ है, that's the current configuration of your application. And usually you want to save this somewhere in state, right? So state is your data, that is very correct. And your UI is nothing but your state combined with some processing to actually render something based on the state of your application, right? So it's kind of both. You know, you can think about your state as, you know, just data, but also it's something that your UI looks to actually figure out what I need to show on the screen, right? So that's kind of what state is in a very general term. This is not specific to Flutter, by the way. This is something that is very general to other types of applications. You can also have state in backends. You know, your database is technically a state management system if you think about it that way. Okay. So for some examples of state, A would be whether a checkbox is checked, right? Usually it's a true and false. That is your state, right? The checkbox is your UI, right? The checkbox looks at your state and decides what UI it has to show, which is either a check or not, right? You have your users login configuration, whether they're logged in, whether they're anonymous login, email password login, social sign-in login, whether they're logged in but their token is expired, whatever, right? Whether your device has an internet connection, that could be a state as well, right? Because based on that state, your application can behave differently, show different screens, show different things. Different pages might show, you know, hey, no internet connection. That is also a state, right? Even what version of your app you're using, because that is also something that you can query. You can ask that, hey, if this version is less than this one, then show pop-up, hey, you need to update your version because you put some critical bug fixes, right? So that is also a type of state, right? All these states are not specific to Flutter again. It's something that you can find in everyday life. Look at any application on your phone, you'll be able to figure out that, hey, that there's some state that is behind this UI that I'm looking at.
So let's get to our next question. What is set state used for?
It doesn't update the
Update the data. What's your answer?
It doesn't update the state actually. Just
Okay, mixed answers are यहाँ पे. So yes, that's actually correct. Set state doesn't update your data. That is actually wrong, right? Set state is all it does is tells Flutter, hey, भाई मेरे को मेरा widget को rebuild करना है. You are the one who updates the state, and because, as we said before, your UI is just a function of your state. When the UI is rebuilt, it automatically looks at your state and rebuilds accordingly, right?
So set state is technically not state management. Right? People will say that, hey, for state management, you have these options in Flutter, and a lot of people will list down set state as one of them, but it's not a state management solution because you are managing your own state in that point. Set state is just telling Flutter, hey, I just want to rebuild my, you just want to rebuild the screen, and according to that, you pick up the changes.
So let's get to next. Yeah. So how set state works? So when you build a stateful widget and you try to run set state, it's a function basically, like Nabeel said. It has a callback wherein you put in the data, which you have to update or rebuild. So what set state does is, it does not only rebuild the data, it reruns the build function, which requires to build a widget.
So if set state is not state management, then what is state management? Any answers?
There are multiple ways, but in general, state management means providing your data where or which widget requires it without passing it everywhere manually.
Okay, that's one answer. Anyone else?
Separating state management from the user. Separating the business.
Separation of, let's say, data from the UI. That's one answer. Anyone else? Okay.
So what state management is, it's actually, like he said, the answer, managing it separately. If you want to manage the logic separately from the UI, and also that there are separation of concerns, it makes your code cleaner and maintainable. And suppose you wanna handle your data in multiple streams, you would want to go for state management, and set state does not do that for you.
Right. So, like a very simple example is, you have a login configuration on your application, right? You want to make sure that login information is available throughout your application, so that you can show certain screens, you can hide certain screens. You might be showing certain screens, but showing different data based on whether login. Let's say an e-commerce application, you don't show the cart button until the user is logged in, right? Bad UI, but bad UX, but anyways. So state management helps you do these things where you are taking your data. So basically what happens is, you take your data and you separate it out and you manage it separately. Using set state, what you're doing is you are managing both your state and your UI both in the same class, in the same functions, right? In the same set of functions, in your init states, in your reassembles, whatever it could be, right? But state management says that, hey, I'm going to take the data that my widget needs, take it somewhere else. I'm going to manage it over there. I'm going to give some primitives to my widgets to allow them to update the state. And how that is done, we'll talk about later. But that's basically what state management is. So if you ever get the question, what's the difference between set state and state management? Agla question वही है. So what is the difference between set state and state management, and where should you use one thing and another? Now we kind of saw the difference already. Where should we use set state and where should we use state management? Is there any answer for that? Anyone?
So set state can be used where only the update is required on that in that component itself and not everywhere else in the whole app. But state management solution is required when there are multiple components, multiple pages, and we want to transfer the data from one page to another component.
Anyone else?
Set state should be used where we want to rebuild the code widget or update the code widget itself. And state management solutions should be used where we want to update some parts of that app.
Okay. Both are good answers. Why don't we get the answer?
Sure. So state management is used where the complex part comes into the picture. Just like you are integrating an API or fetching the API. So state management comes into the picture in that case. But set state, just like Nabeel had given an example of checkbox, or suppose you have an authentication page wherein you want to show the password. It's a very small widget, right? It's like that should not hinder your performance of the app. So you wouldn't use state management. That would be very foolish to do that. So using set state for that is a very wise choice. Yeah. Yes.
Right. So you weren't incorrect in saying that, you should use set state for one widget and state management for multiple widgets or multiple pages. If I have one login form, technically that entire login form is one widget. But I would rather take that.
The data affects the whole app.
Well, if you say I have a screen that it has a complex widget, but data, the state will only be managed in that one widget. Should I use set state or state management solutions? You should use set state. I would beg to differ. Because what happens is if I have complex data in that one widget, I'm gonna have to write a lot of code, and my widget itself is gonna get polluted with state managing code unnecessarily. If I have 10 data in that one widget that I need to manage, I would make a small qubit or block separate to my main global state. Right? You kind of have to play this game where you need to figure out whether a widget deserves to have its own state management component, or whether you can use set state in that. It's kind of a game that you have to play. It's as you get more experience working in Flutter, you'll start to identify where these places where I can just use set state versus where I can use a state management solution. Because if you just keep using set state, at some point I've been in this position. At some point, I think that hey, there's only one widget I can use set state here. That widget becomes so large and so indented that I'm completely lost. I cannot work in that. So we kind of spoke about state management, but what sort of solutions do we have to actually implement state management? Right? So
yeah, so that was a very good explanation of why we should use set state. So there are multiple options for state management. Basically, we have inherited widget, block, provider, MOBEX, whatever you can use. You can use any sort of state management, but there should not be any confusion about that, because whatever is comfortable for you, you can use it. For example, inherited widget is used in the Flutter frameworks internally, and it is not like you have to use that only because you have multiple block. Block is I am kind of fond of it. I like to use block, but if you like to use Riverpod, you are welcome, and you should use that if you're comfortable. Until and unless your app is efficient, you should go for that. And basically, provider is a wrapper for inherited widget. Similarly, Riverpod came into the picture later on to replace, not replace, but it's kind of a wrapper for provider as well. So,
and fun fact, by the way, the creator of provider and Riverpod works in my company, Adulkar. So yeah, so basically these are your the four big state managements, right? Provider came in first, took over the storm. Then Remy was like, hey, provider, I don't like provider, I'm going to make a new one called Riverpod. Spelling same way, if you didn't know, it's an anagram. Anagram, yeah. Anagram. Right? Felix said, hey, I don't like provider, I'm going to take provider and build my own state manager on top of it. That became block. And I think right now, block and provider are heading in the most popular state management solutions that people use. GetX को use कर रहा है तो बंद कर दो. Okay. Anyways, let's move on. Question.
do you have experience with any X library?
तो इसका आंसर क्या हो सकता है? X library. So X could be anything.
X could be anything. Yeah.
Answer कैसे दोगे? Like individual में पूछा. So there are two answers to this. एक तो भाई तेरे को पता है, एक तो नहीं पता है. So how do you answer the question if you know about that language?
So I have worked on a few projects and I have explored these aspects of it and I've been working with it as well.
Any other better question answers or worse doesn't matter? Okay, अगर नहीं मालूम तो
I can learn easy. I can learn.
can you?
I don't know. I don't know, but I know something similar.
बोल तो सकते हैं but you actually have that capability of learning.
You're saying something?
I don't know, but I know something similar that works. So I can learn.
That's also very good. That's a good one. So if you say that I know something similar, that usually gives the impression that hey banda actually मतलब उसको समझ में आता है. At least at a high level he knows this thing. He hasn't had to work on it. But like you know he'll be able to pick it up.
We have a person there.
Actually, I have a question previous to this question. Why can't we use latex?
I don't think we have enough time for that. After the talk, catch up to me. I'll rant. You may be here until the evening though.
Okay.
So your answers are kind of spot on. So yes, if you do have experience with a certain framework, certain state management solution, then you can go ahead and talk about your experiences with it. That's one of the main things that interviewers are looking for. They're trying to judge where your experience is, because your resume does not really give you a picture at the interviewer a picture of what actual experiences you have. Like you can call yourself a Flutter dev, right? But what does it mean? If I'm just using stateless and stateful widgets to create to-do apps, am I a Flutter dev? And if I'm building enterprise applications like, let's say the Tata New app, am I a Flutter dev? In both cases, yes. So it's your job in an interview with the questions that the interviewer asks you. They're trying to judge where your skill level is at and where your knowledge is at. At this point in time, it's really very bad to lie. So if you don't know about something, you straight up say, yes, I don't know about this. That sets expectations. And you should also remember that whenever something negative comes up, so if you don't know about, like you said, you don't know about this, you would start saying, hey, I can learn quick. So you end at a positive. So your answers should never end at a negative. So whatever it is you are giving the interviewer, telling him that, hey, I'm able to pick up my things, I'm able to learn quick, even though I don't know this certain thing, if this is what you use, I'll be able to pick this up and use it and code according to how your company goes. I mean like clean architecture, वो बंदा कुछ और ही कर रहा है, चलेगा, I'll code according to you. Right? And that's what they're looking for. They're not looking for you to come in with your opinions. They're looking for whether you are a fit in the company. And that's what you should be focusing on. Okay? So let's assume block and cube, because मेरा favorite है, उसका भी favorite है, अपन block वाले. Anyone who doesn't like block? Now you can. You can't. Okay. What's your preferred state management? Let's see. Like how many of you blocks? Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Okay. How many of you just use provider? Simple or provider. Okay. कौन change notify use कर?
One person, only one.
Two guys. Okay. You don't count. Okay. कौन riverboard use करता है? ठीक है, रेमी को बोलूंगा 2 फैन है मुंबई में. So what other state managements do you guys use? Any that I did not mention? Mobex? Okay, Stack, fellow South African. I'm also South African, by the way. Anyone else? Nothing else? कोई state management use नहीं करता? Callbacks, yeah, that's a true Flutter developer. That is who you call a Flutter engineer. So, if we talk about block and qubit, like in my opinion, you write more code in block and qubit than you would in say riverboard, right? I have nothing against riverboard, I just don't like it. But I feel like even though I'm writing more code in block and qubit, it's way more understandable in my opinion. Again, this is my opinion. This question is kind of opinionated. If it's not for you, then it's not for you. So what is the difference between a block and a qubit? Because this is something that I've actually seen a lot of people don't know. They'll default to using block or they'll default to using qubit with never understanding what the other one does.
So, what block is? So, block actually takes in the events from UI. Let's get a bit technical here. So, block has to take the events from the UI, and it suppose there's a API integration. Let's consider that, and there will be a data layer wherein when you trigger from the UI, you get an event. Event can be anything, pressing a button or any other uh, user related or the you created from the UI, and it will trigger through the block. And I'll give you an example in the end. So block will handle the logic part once the event is triggered, and the logic would be like fetching the response from the data layer, whatever it could be, local repository or remote repository, whatever it could be, you get the response. And based on that response, whatever the flow is, suppose there's lazy loading and there's fetching going on, you show the loading part. So these states are emitted from the block to the presentation layer. So that's how block works. And it could be anything. If there's an error, the error would be passed from the block to the presentation layer or else user interface. So that's how it works.
So if you see the diagram right now, this is by the way from the official website blocklibrary.dev. Okay, this is a diagram for block that they kind of Felix put up there, right? Notice this part. This is the only thing that changes when you switch to qubits, right? What qubit did, basically, block was very verbose for people. So what Felix did is basically take block and wrap it around a qubit. So when you're using qubit, you are actually still using block. Difference is that there is no longer these explicit events. Events are implicit, as in they are already built in through you just creating functions, right? That's all that's happening over here. So that's kind of it. It just allows you to like completely remove the events, certain events, maybe using C classes, maybe using freeze or their dart particle, or you're creating your own abstract classes for your events, right? You remove all of those and you just call functions and passing parameters. So then that begs the question, why would I use block over qubit? Qubit is just much simpler, right? Now, block does give you the advantage of handling events in a stream, right? So what block does is basically it takes your events and puts it in sort of a queue, right? And this queue can actually run concurrently. Now, I'm not talking about concurrency in terms of like multi-processing. You are not creating different threads, but rather in the if anyone has any knowledge about how the event loop in Dart works, so it's everything is handled kind of asynchronously. So block allows you to leverage that architecture of it, and you can have transformers set up in block. For example, if you have a search field, you can implement debounce very easily using block, where it is a bit more difficult and more involved to do it in qubit, right? So you can put debouncing, you can have different algorithms to handle different events at certain times. Maybe you don't care whether the latest event was handled properly or not, but you want every other event before that to be handled properly. So you can have that sort of linear event handling. You can say that, hey, if an event is already running and another event comes in, ignore that event until that event is done. Only after that event is done, then handle more events. This is all you'll find in the documentation for block. When you go into the documentation, all of these examples exist there. In fact, there is a specific library called block concurrency, if I'm not mistaken. So block concurrency gives you these pre-built functions for rebouncing, for taking events and organizing them in different ways. So I would say around 95 to 99% of the time, use qubits. It's just simple, right? But when you do have that requirement to actually use block, let's say you are doing a search and you want that search to be debounced, You can use block to do that. By the way, does anyone here not know the definition of debounce? What debounce means? Okay, basically it means that when you are searching for something, you're typing fast, right? So YouTube पे search करते, you don't get results on every single letter you type. You type a few letters, you stop typing after half a second, then the results come. That is what debouncing is. So instead of you type 10 letters and you're doing 10 API requests, it will do an API request on the first one, and then every subsequent one it will say, hey, you're typing too much, I'm not going to do an API request now. I will wait until you stop typing and then I'll do. So instead of 10, you're doing 2. That is what debouncing is. Basically allows you to lessen your load. If you're doing any competitive, like a competition, you can lessen that, or if you're doing API requests, you can lessen API requests. Right? So block can be very helpful in using that. In fact, it's just one line of code if you're using block concurrency. So some closing thoughts before Dipin will take us through a small demo on like what the difference between block and qubit is in actual code. Be productive. So it doesn't matter if you're using block or qubit or even getx for that matter. Just don't talk to me. So like whatever you're using, make sure it works for you, and if you work in a team, make sure it works for your team. There is a difference between being just a developer and being an engineer. An engineer is someone who takes maybe some even hard decision, maybe some decision that go against his own opinions for the betterment of the entire team, for the betterment of the product that is building, and for the betterment of the company that he or her are working at, right? So if you have a team of 5 guys and 4 guys are saying, hey, I really like Riverpod, and you're like, no, I just want to use simple change notifier, you say, okay, let's use Riverpod. You adapt to your team, you adapt to your product, right? There may be a product out there that could benefit with a one state management over the other. Maybe it's a very small product, so you may not even need something as complicated as a block or Riverpod. You can just use change notify, which is another thing which is inbuilt into Flutter, by the way. Change notify, yeah. So always keep in mind that ultimately the output is going to stay the same, right? And in the demo that Dipin will show you right now, he will show you the output. Output में दिख रहा नहीं है कि भाई blocker keyword use करा, except for कि actually वहाँ पे उसने लिखा है blocker keyword. But other than that, your users are not gonna say, hey भाई इसने भाई getx use किया, मैं ये app नहीं use करेगा. Otherwise that would be me, right? So yeah, why don't you take over? Sure. बैठेगा कहीं नहीं बना. Okay.
So basically, you got to be productive and open to learn any other state management or any other technology or whatever the product or the company uses. So let's get started with the demo. So here I've created a small app wherein we fetch the weather of any city input by the user.
तो देखते हैं मुंबई में क्या क्या चल रहा है. मुंबई में वेदर क्या है? 35 डिग्रीज मेरा वॉच बता रहा है. तुम लोग के वॉच पे क्या बता रहा है? सीरी 95 डिग्रीज फ़ारेनहाइट बोल रही है क्यों है? ठीक है, तो ये गलत है. एप्पल वॉच सही है.
Fahrenheit. So here we are fetching the weather, and we can also like fetch any other city if you want to correct this. So okay, let's get a bit technical here. I've created a boolean value where you guys can see this is the boolean value. Here we are using qubit, and if we create it using a block, I'll change the boolean. and got restarted. Here we are using through the block. Let's get to know what's the weather for Andheri. So it's 35 degrees. Almost. Almost. Yeah. Hot time. So let's take a look at how the block and qubit are built, how the code looks like. Here I have passed the weather API where it's basically a service class. And if you can take a look in the qubit, we are passing the weather state. And so in the UI, if you take a look at the UI, you got a it's not this side of the Okay, so we were on qubit. So in the UI, if you run this function on any input, just like for now, we entered a city name and then we click the button submit. On submit, we're gonna run this function, and after running this function, initially we'll emit loading state, as we want to wait for the event for the weather to get fetched, and that is being fetched from the data lake. So this is how asynchronous function works. We are awaiting the function, and then we'll pass on the weather, whatever the weather is. That's how we'll for the weather state. I have. Okay, let's get to the UI part as well. So here I have wrapped the widget over through the block builder. And once the state is fetched, we'll show the weather widget, which we saw before, the temperature and the humidity and fields, right? That is basically the weather state. And then if it is loading, we'll show the circular progress indicator. So this is how it works from the UI. And if we get an error, here I'm just showing you the demo. That's the reason I haven't handled fully all the status codes and all the errors which we get. I'm basically showing just an error. If we switch off the internet or any changes in the API, we did not get anything, we'll get this error part. Okay, so now if we run it through block. That's how it works for the qubit. So for the block, similarly, there isn't much changes. I'll show you side by side. Let's get a little smaller for the qubit. Just a second. Okay, so for the block, like we had explained the example, like we have shown the diagram, if you remember, we get an event from the UI part. So this is what is added. So block basically works on streams. So we got to add this event through the UI, and while adding this UI, while adding this event, we launch this function. And then when this function is launched, there's not much difference from the qubit. Similarly, we do the same thing. We emit states and we fetch the APIs just like I shown you. I had shown you the qubit implementation. So if you take a wide look at these examples, I had shown you the qubit example as well, and this one is the block. There's not much difference in the output. If you look at it, the output is same, even if you type Mumbai or Andheri, whatever it would be. So you guys can use anything, whatever suits you. Like Nabeel said, be productive. But qubit came later on after the block. It basically gives you lesser lines of code when you use qubit, and ease of use in the UI as well. So if you take a look at the UI part for qubit, we haven't wrapped it over block builder or anything. We have just a function. We have just a state variable where you watch the state through context.watch, which is a function provided by block library. So you watch the state whenever it changes, the UI updates. Like we had said, UI is a function of state. In mathematical terms, the state changes and the UI changes with it. So here similarly, we do the same thing. We add the state and we handle all the states over here, just like I showed you for the block. Alright, I guess that's it. That's the demo from my side.
Very important.
All of it.
बहुत अच्छा थैंक यू स्लाइड है, मेरे को फॉन्ट अच्छा लगा था इसलिए बोला कि भाई बड़े स्क्रीन पे डाल देते हैं। बट ओके, यहाँ पे किसी ने कुछ सीखा है यहाँ पे? Who has learned something? पक्का ना? सवाल पूछो, इंटरव्यू लूं मैं?
क्वेश्चनर आने वाला है इसके बाद।
चलेगा,
परफेक्ट,
चलेगा।
जाके
क्या क्वेश्चन पूछो? अच्छा, मेरा जॉब क्या है? Getex यूज नहीं करना, दिस इज द बेस्ट आंसर, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली दैट्स नॉट माय जॉब। मैं प्रीच तो करता हूँ, बट दैट्स नॉट माय मेन जॉब। अच्छा, मेरा लेटेस्ट फीचर क्या था? मैंने अभी पाइथन डॉक्यूमेंट्स में अब बोलो गिटहब खोल, जल्दी खोल। नहीं भाई, मैंने एसक्यूएल में नहीं काम किया था। Okay, on a serious note, I'll ask a more serious question. कुछ अपने टॉपिक रिलेट करते हैं कि कुछ अतरंगी डाल दो? क्या बोलता विवेक? अतरंगी क्वेश्चन करूँ कि टॉक से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन?
एक टाइम पास है।
हाँ,
एक टाइम पास है।
उसको बग फिक्स बोलते हैं, नीचे नहीं। If you want to know, I'm the one who did the implementation of Firebase triggers with auth context as well as the on init functions in Python. You can check them out. वो बाद में announce होएगा नहीं होएगा क्या होगा, जो भी है। What sort of ways can you do state management in Flutter without any third-party libraries? Can you tell me? There are three answers I'm looking for. The first guy who can give. Okay, that's one. I'm looking for three answers. The first person who gives three answers will get the check. Okay, in my talk I specifically said state is not a state management. You're disqualified.
जिसको भी आंसर देना है वो पहले आ गया
कौन?
नहीं नहीं वेट जिसको भी आंसर देना वो आ गया
आ जाओ ये वैसे भी राइट आंसर देने वाला है
और किसको नहीं मालूम जल्दी क्या
मेरे को सर मत बोलना
इधर 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 आ गया
रुक रहा है इसी का पहले
नहीं जो भी जल्दी आएगा उसका आंसर पूछना
Vendor notifier is one.
Okay.
And obviously there is change notifier.
Okay.
And inherited widget.
राइट है
Perfect. Value notifier, change notifier, inherited. अच्छा एक और है एक और है तेरे को बुक मिलेगा there's one more that you can use technically as a state manager, very similar to value notifier. Anyone? Change notifier हो गया? Stream? No. Anyone? Block is technically a stream, by the way. If you did not know, block is implemented using streams. अगर मैं आंसर दे तो मेरे को जाके मिलेगा हाँ अच्छा ऐसा है क्या
बोले जाएगा
It starts with value, but it's not notified. It's something else. Value listener. Observer. Value listener. Not completely correct, but value listenable. You can have a value listenable and a value listenable builder, which you can use to technically state manage your state. ताली बजाओ इसके लिए भाई.
कौन राइट है?
He had the first question right. Okay. इसका एक हाँ. इसको एक राइट आंसर हो गया इसका कॉल बैक वाला आंसर मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा इसको दे दो एंड शी इज वेरी ब्रेव इन कॉलिंग मी आउट ऑन गेटेक्स
ठीक है एक वो निकाल दे उसमें से
अब विवेक भाई डिसाइड करेंगे किसके बाद जाएगा so one for you I'm sorry for you guys you were too late he was first and he was first
yes I have a question. So, while we are at state management, this state management comes with re-rendering of the entire widget. So, recently in React, we have seen that they are building something like a React compiler, which reduces re-renders or optimizes the code. So, we don't have to use something like demoization, using use memo or use fallback. So, like in Flutter, what should be the mentality while writing a state management solution?
So, photo ये भाई दूसरे दो के
Should we ever use state because
to take a photo.
Like
wait. Once we look professional.
आपका क्वेश्चन है
Smile.
सबके सामने पूछिए ना
वो माइक ही थोड़ा सर प्लीज
बेटा पहला बेटा
नहीं ये की बात करो
Okay, so while we are state management, one of the things that I have encountered many times is multiple re-regulars occurring due to like using multiple set states or not using a state management solution properly maybe. So in React specifically, like I got a notification just yesterday that they are building something like a React compiler, which basically takes away the pain of manually refactoring the code so that multiple re-renders don't happen, and we don't have to use things like memoization or using use memo or use fallback methods. So, like, what should be the mentality while writing a state management solution in Flutter? Like, should we be very skeptical? Because I think using set state is very bad, in my opinion. Because I've seen building large blocks of code and then it's getting rendered again and again. So, should we use something more like Mumbai? So, and completely avoid set state so that we get control on a more granular level on a single class or what should be the mentality?
Okay, so the thing is, set state you can evaluate totally. You can eradicate the use of set state from your project, but it is not an ideal scenario. In an ideal scenario, the smaller things even for the smallest things, if you create any state management, that would be a lot of redundant work, which would not be worthwhile. So set state basically, like I said, the example I had given multiple examples, like showing the password or hiding the password while typing one. Okay, so if you build a state management for that thing, for the particular smallest thing, that will be a lot of work, and which is not even lighter. Like it would be lighter, but it wouldn't be that performance weighs that much of worth. It wouldn't give you that. इतना मेहनत करने का फायदा नहीं होगा.
But like we use Mobix. So
Yes.
what I've seen is in Mobix we have this small code that's kind of like set state. So we just like running action and we write that observable inside it and it re-renders the widget. And we also have control on a more granular level. You can wrap things in an observable, much more like Qubit. But we don't need to like specify the
Let's do one thing. अभी आप लोगों का क्वेश्चन आप बाद में एक पर्सनल में लेना, ठीक है? Specific question है, तो डिस्कशन कर लेंगे.
Discussion, I'm also ready for discussion. Yes.
So
Good discussions.
we have one more question, ठीक है? जिसका विनर ये है. तो गेम में सिंपल वो क्वेश्चन पूछेगा, जिसको भी आंसर आता है वो हाथ उठा के पहले तरफ. जो फर्स्ट आएगा उसको आंसर, उसको ऑप्शन मिलेगा आंसर देने. तो जो भी राइट रहेगा उसको तेरे को ही देना है. हाँ. तेरे को भाई तेरे पास भी ऑप्शन है, तेरे पास कुछ क्वेश्चन तो पूछ सकते हैं.
क्या क्वेश्चन है?
जल्दी करो.
आप रिजल्ट तक मिल जाएगा.
तुम्हारी मर्जी है, तुम्हारा टॉप है.
Do one thing.
अभी करना है, अभी यश का वाला ही है. Ready? अच्छा आप लोग रेडी हो ना? अगर बनाना है तो बना लो. आराम से उठना.
Acha, I have a question which you can try to answer. Okay, so we saw there's two state managements that kind of build upon Flutter primitives, right? There's provider and block. Block builds upon provider and provider is a wrapper around inherited widget. So how does inherited widget actually work? The first one to give me a proper answer, a detailed answer on how inherited widget works. How can you get the object of some class on the top of the widget tree? You can access that at the bottom of the widget tree. How Flutter brings that object down? Anyone? You have to come here. You have to come here. First come, first serve. दे दे माइक पे बोल बोलो. बेसिकली माइक चालू है क्या?
जल्दी आ शॉर्ट.
हाँ इधर से.
हम म्यूजिकल चेयर.
ए जल्दी हो.
So basically,
इनहेरिटेड वाला.
Big
somebody there, हाँ बोलो.
हाँ बोल.
So set state की वजह से मतलब state use करके inherited widgets use करके structures wise.
My question is that how does that was an incorrect answer. I'm sorry. Better luck next time. Again, Flutter Sparks 5 में आ जाओ.
It sets the data through the context, which is passed to each and every stateful and stateless widget. So it basically the context, the variables are set in the context and can be accessed anywhere in the widget.
Almost right. Almost. Who was next?
It also uses an notifier, inherited notifier, and also as the context to, and also uses the context. So the inherited notifier helps to as the change notifier work. It notifies the widget and then
Okay, but then where does that change notify the ऊपर widget tree के ऊपर? So how does it access that? That is my question. How is that accessed on top?
Like Flutter built on like channel parent relationship, like tree data structure. So we can use callback and inform our
इसमें separate कुछ देना चाहिए भाई.
हम पेरेंट्स को मतलब इन्फॉर्म कर सकते हैं. So statement primitive
I give you another chance.
So to access from current to the parent to the ancestor, it is like the Flutter stores which widget depends on that inherited widget, and you can using that information it can pass the message and with
You say it will reverse the tree until it finds that specific widget, that specific inherited widget.
Yes.
ताली बजाओ. So if you ever see, by the way, if you go to provider.off context रहता है, कोई भी off context वाले जो APIs रहते हैं, you will see something called context.depend on exact type of. That is basically telling Flutter, hey, go in the widget tree, go up until you find this specific type and bring me that. So you can pass the inherited widget basically register itself over there, and when you do that context.depend on exact type, which is what you can do in inherited widget, what you do in provider, what you do in log. When you do a context.read or context.watching block, it basically does that. It actually traverses the tree to find that specific inherited widget, and then it basically gives you that certain object that you are asking for. So, लेके आ जाओ. Yes.
इधर है भाई बीच में.
इधर रखा हुआ है. तू ही दे दे भाई.
इसका राइट आंसर.
So anyway, there are two QR codes over here. ये Dipin का लिंक ट्री है. ये मेरा ऑनलाइन बिजनेस कार्ड है. क्या मालूम क्या रहता है ये, ठीक है? And ये लिंक नीचे जो है, this is the link to the slides, ठीक है? उस स्लाइड्स में तुम्हारे को मैं बाद में ऐड भी करूंगा जो प्रोजेक्ट जो दिपिन यूज कर रहा था जिसमें एक बेसिकली कंपैरिजन है ब्लॉगर कीवर्ड के, वो उसका भी लिंक ऐड कर दूंगा बाद में स्लाइड्स में. बट इफ यू वांट यू कैन टेक अ पिक्चर ऑफ दिस और स्कैन दिस क्यूआर कोड्स टू गेट आवर सोशल्स. बट अदर देन दैट इट हैज बीन फन टॉकिंग टू यू गाइस. होप यू लर्न समथिंग. क्वेश्चंस पूछना है तो आई गेस आई एम अवेलेबल. ये लाइन में पहले आ गया. थैंक यू सो मच गाइस.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Nabeel and Dipin. मजा आया? पकाया तो नहीं लोगों ने? मुझे लगा पीछे बोर कर रहे हैं वो. अपना बंदा बैठ गया, फिर दूसरा स्पीकर तो गायब हो गया बीच में से. फिर अचानक आके बोल रहा गिफ्ट दूंगा गिफ्ट. ठीक है. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आप लोग खुद के लिए जोरदार ताली बजाओ. Because they have participated. 2 और सेशंस हैं, सेम पार्टिसिपेशन में ला लो, ठीक है? तो ये मोटिवेशन नहीं आना चाहिए पार्टिसिपेशन लेके मुझे गिफ्ट मिले. मोटिवेशन ये होना चाहिए कि जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ इज इट फैक्चुअली राइट रॉन्ग, ठीक है? ताकि आप जो भी आंसर दो, ठीक है, ये आप आंसर प्रिपेयर करो आपके इंटरव्यू के लिए. अगर ये रॉन्ग है आपको आज मालूम पड़ेगा रॉन्ग, इंटरव्यू में नहीं मालूम, ठीक है? वहाँ पे भगा देगा. आज अगर रॉन्ग होता है यू कैन गो बैक and you can correct yourself. ठीक है? So next talk is on databases. किसको मालूम है database? अरे बोलो. अच्छा, सबको मालूम है database? Yes. ठीक है. So Flutter ऐप में database क्या होता है? ऐसा क्यों होता है? एक मोबाइल ऐप में डेटाबेस क्या ही करेगा? डेटाबेस तो सर्वर पे होता है.
सर्वर का डेटा है वो लोकल स्टोर करना पड़ता है.
लोकल कैशे, ऑफलाइन स्टोरेज,
सेंसिटिव डेटा.
क्या?
सेंसिटिव डेटा जो
हां सेंसिटिव डेटा. व्हाट एल्स?
लॉगिन क्रेडेंशियल्स,
कॉन्फ़िगरेशंस,
कॉन्फ़िगरेशन, यूजर प्रेफरेंसेस। कुछ लोग मालूम है क्या करते हैं, कुछ लोग मजाक का वीडियो भी रख लेते हैं और उसका फिर लिंक यूज कर, मतलब अंदर ही यूआरएल यूज करते हैं, फिर उसका मैनेजर कंप्लेन करता है भाई तुम्हारा ऐप सॉल्व नहीं किया। तो क्या वो एक लोकल डेटाबेस हुआ?
कुछ लोगों का डेटाबेस होता है ना, इंपॉर्टेंट स्टडी मटेरियल, फोल्डर के अंदर फोल्डर के अंदर फोल्डर।
ठीक है, तो मुझे बहुत सारी चीजें आप ऐप पे रखते हो, ठीक है, तो सिमिलर डेटाबेस है। क्या आपको ये पता है कि आप एक डेटाबेस को जिस तरह वीडियो फाइल आपने रखी है उस तरह आप एक डेटाबेस को भी रख सकते हो? डेटाबेस में स्टोर करना पता लगेगा, स्टोर की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं। I बोल रहा हूं डेटाबेस को क्या एज अ फाइल यू कैन कीप इट इन योर ऐप एंड एक्सेस इट। यस, कौन बोल रहा है? क्या ट्राई किया आप लोगों ने कभी? कैसे? फाइल के अंदर पे होता है, फाइल क्रिएट तो करते हैं, ठीक है, तो फाइल हम लोग उसके अंदर कुछ एक्सटर्नल डेटा भी डालना है, मैं आपसे डालूंगा कोई भी रीजन है, तो मैं उसको एक फाइल में रख के ऐप को दे सकता हूँ इंस्टेड ऑफ हार्ड कोडिंग इन अ स्ट्रिंग, है ना। जो भी अगर किसी को बोलूं एक की रख लो तो क्या करेगा, एक स्ट्रिंग में हार्ड कोड कर देगा, फिर सिक्योरिटी वाला बंदा उसको आके बोलेगा क्या कचरा की है ना। तो यह वन मोर ऑप्शन जो आप डेटाबेस में रख सकते हो। तो डेटाबेसेस आर ह्यूज बट फ्लटर में तो छोटा होता है। क्यों? ऐप भी छोटा होता है। तो जब आपके पास लिमिटेशन आती है, जैसा आपने बोला लिमिटेशन आती है, तो बहुत सारी चीजें होती है। ऐसा नहीं कि सिंपल आप डेटाबेस बनाओ उसको डालो आप रिट्रीव करो बस खत्म, नहीं, उसमें बहुत सारी चीजें होती है। एंड दैट्स वेयर इंटरमीडिएट डेवलपर, एडवांस डेवलपर, एक्सपर्ट डेवलपर का डिफरेंस आता है। बिगिनर डेवलपर को पता है डेटाबेस कैसे यूज करना है, एक्सपर्ट एडवांस उनको पता है कैसे कैसे यूज करना है और कहाँ यूज करना है, कब यूज करना है, ठीक है। तो यश विल टेल यू मल्टीपल डेटाबेस ऑप्शंस, ठीक है, और बाकी तू बताएगा, ठीक। एवरीबॉडी नो यश इज फ्लटर मुंबई ऑर्गेनाइज, अरे cool, ठीक है। So I welcome Yash on databases and same format। ये कुछ बताएगा, आपको क्वेश्चन आ रहा है, क्वेश्चन का आंसर दोगे, पूछोगे, जो भी है, ठीक है। एंड में हम फिर से सेम गेम खेलेंगे, एक बार ना ज्यादा सोचना मत, ठीक है। हाँ, तो 2-3 क्वेश्चन रहेंगे, हमारे पास गिफ्ट है, जो आप शेयर
कितने गिफ्ट है?
बहुत सिंपल आंसर,
नहीं ये तो
ठीक है। कूल, ऑल द बेस्ट।
Hey guys, क्या बताते हैं, बोर हो गए? अच्छा पहले बात देखो, एक छोटा सा रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज सारे अच्छे फोटोज निकालना। आपका QR कोड है, कांटेक्ट नंबर सब कुछ आएगा, सब लोग प्लीज सेंड करना। एवरीबॉडी हैज बीन कंप्लेनिंग कि सर आपका कोई एक अच्छा फोटो नहीं है, तो प्लीज वो कर देना, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है पर्सनल। चलो जोक्स अपार्ट, इट्स जस्ट अ जोक, डोंट वरी। है कोई अच्छी फोटो है? So I am Yash, basically. I'm the organizer won't say I'm the co-organizer of Flutter Mumbai. I'm one of the founding members in Flutter India. Founding members, I'll say about Blue and Flutter Jobs. Has anybody heard about Blue and Beer? Yes. What is it exactly? Service-based company, yeah. So one of the main sponsors and one of the people who helps Flutter Mumbai is Blue and Beer. Second is two of the organizers of Flutter Mumbai is actually the founders and the owners of Brew and Beer brand. Don't worry, we don't sell beer, we don't sell coffee. We are a tech-based company. We help people with software projects, mobile applications, web applications. You name any digital software, that is where we help. I am one of the founding members, and other members is our designer and photographer Aditya, who is actually busy in phone, so nothing can be done over there. But he is one of the owners. Second is our Flutter Jobs project. We have launched on Google Play Store. It is still in beta mode. We have been taking reviews from people. We have been understanding and solving as much as bugs as possible. So that is the app name as Flutter Jobs, who is basically a job partner in this event as well. So Flutter Jobs is basically an application that was created with the idea for jobs for Flutter developers. Because when we came into the market, we did a lot of internships, a lot of jobs, whether it be full-time jobs. I have been a full-time employee for I'll say 4 to 5 years in I'll say six companies properly. And the latest company that I have been working was actually Ease Life, where I've been worked till January, and after which I switched to complete business. So, but we saw that the opportunities that Flutter developers have was very less. And even if they had more opportunities, it was like Flutter is a new language, it is the upcoming language. Even though it has millions of people in the community, still people consider it as an upcoming language. And they will say you will get less salary, you will get intermediate salary. Like, they pay penny to pounds. So that is something we don't want anyone to change it. That is the reason we launched Flutter Jobs, and that is our platform. By the way, I am an engineer by profession. तो currently पूरा बेरोजगार बैठा हूँ, घर से सारा काम कर रहा हूँ. So you must have heard. अच्छा, we discussed about Flutter Mumbai and Flutter India. Sorry guys, पहला 5 मिनट थोड़ा सा अपने communities के ऊपर आएगा, उसके बाद main session चालू होगा. So don't worry about that. What is Flutter Mumbai, Flutter India? For the people who were there from initial stage, from starting, they know what it is exactly. But the people who came late, or for people who have been here but haven't listened to anything, we have two communities under us, Flutter Mumbai, Flutter India. Flutter Mumbai is basically a community where event happens. We do organize offline events, workshops, hackathons. We have supported multiple hackathons. One was I think in Datta Mege and the Koreans as well. So Flutter Mumbai supported them. Flutter India is a community which brought all the communities of the Flutter in India. We came together. We did conference. We did conference for almost 2 years during lockdown period. After which Flutter Conf India was also organized under us. So we have this. This QR code, by the way, takes you to the website. There is a reason I always put in this QR code is because of networking reason. I want you guys to connect with me. The main reason is for guidance. Saturday बैठ के चार छुट्टा मारना है तो भाई no thank you. I am not available for that. But yeah, if you want career guidance, if you want resume reviews, if you want anything related to productivity, I am your guy. I can help you in that. That is why my QR code might use. Second is cal.com. अगर तुम लोग को वेबसाइट से नहीं जाना है, directly मेरे से मीटिंग करना है, online meets करने हैं for 30 minutes, 15 minutes without anybody knowing, completely anonymously, this is where you can do. I have 30-minute, 15-minute session कि यही free option था मेरे पास available. So इसमें आप लोग बैठ सकते हो. You can also chit chat socially as well and productivity as well. My always recommendation is be productive rather than more social. Now let's dive into the topic Flutter database. Flutter is not a database. So what exactly is Flutter used for? What was the aim to create Flutter? UI UX. Still, we always talk about databases. Flutter databases. So what is the reason for that? Why do you think we need databases when Flutter is made for UI? Correct. UI always has some state, some data attached to it. It is like we have this body, but there is no energy, there is no nutrition, there is no heart inside it. What will it do? So that is the reason we need databases, and we need to connect with Flutter as well. So that is the reason. Actually, by the way, a small. I just I must have messed up. This is my Insta account. I am kind of a desperate marketer. So it is just like that, don't worry. Achha, you have to follow all of this. Huh? If you want to tag, if you want to follow, aachke gifts chahiye, books chahiye, फिर अपने बाकी चीजें चाहिए तो ये. Because social media is more important for us and for everybody. We have Mumbai Flutter, Tata Neo Skills, Code and my personal account as well. Even if you don't follow my personal account, that's okay. My suggestion will be do 3 tags. जो बाकी के 3 account है Mumbai Flutter, Tata Neo, Code और Super Hero, उनको tags करो. There are 2 reasons I always recommend people and force people actually. I'll say force because I'm like that. I'm not shameless. So force इसलिए करता हूँ ना tag करने के लिए. You guys get noticed. The more you guys do tags, the more you guys get noticed. For example, I'll say, what's your name, buddy? Sid. उसको पकड़ा था चल बेहतर मैसेज हो गया Sid, what do you do?
I am a student.
What is it you do?
I am a student.
You're a student, right?
At Mukesh Patel School of Technology Management and Engineering.
Mukesh Patel School. लंबा याद नहीं रहता. What do you do at the school?
Nothing much. Maybe code.
Good. Where? Which language?
Flutter mostly. Also Python.
Okay. How many people do you know in Flutter?
20.
20 people. What is? Can anybody tell me what is the count of people in a community for Flutter? The whole world. Flutter की actual community है. उसमें कितने लोग रहेंगे? Open source में. GitHub. Yeah. Just give me an approximate number. There no need to be accuracy. 2 million. 3 million. Sorry. 3,000. 3,000 open source contribution है बहुत ज़्यादा. It has went to millions. So millions में आपके पास 20 लोगों का पहचान सेटअप, right? What do you do other than that? Like coding के अलावा कुछ hobbies रहेगी personal?
Yeah, I do swimming.
And
I do
any
community
competitions?
service.
Any
Hackathons.
hackathons वगैरह करते हो, right? From where do you get to know about hackathons?
He tells me most of them.
He tells you.
They're fully one stop.
What if he leave you and go with his girlfriends? What do you do?
Probably follow some accounts on Instagram.
You'll follow some accounts on Instagram, correct? You have come over here for the first time.
Yeah.
How many people did you meet?
Like new?
New, old, basic count.
1, 2.
1, 2.
Yeah.
How many people know me over here today? From today. एक सब लोग जानते हैं आज मुझे. इसके पहले कितने लोग जानते थे? 10-15. उसके अलावा सब लोग आज नए आए. मतलब कोई ऐसा है जो पुराना आता था लेकिन मुझे नहीं जानता. Even if anybody was there, you can raise hand. Don't worry, नहीं मारूंगा कुछ करना. You guys can tell me. That is point number 1. Second is, अभी जैसे Mumbai Flutter है, how do you think font size, language, accessibility features? That is something you keep in your local storages. अगर इसको ही cloud में हर user के लिए separated रखो, it is of no use. I don't need to know which user prefers what in which format. What I just want is, हाँ भाई, आपको आपके device के हिसाब से चाहिए, that's okay. For another device, you put in another databases, that's okay. I don't need to store it in the cloud database. Because as somebody said, cloud databases are expensive as well. Local databases are free for you, but cloud databases are completely expensive. पैसा एक इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी कमजोरी है. तो समझ जाओ. The clouds, but as we said, कि भाई local storage तो बहुत अच्छा है, हर चीज है. लेकिन वही हर चीज local storage तो कर नहीं सकता है. Correct? How many applications do you think has local storage? Not all. Most of the applications has local storage because we need local storage, we need app setting, we need user preferences. But do you think how many? I'll just reframe my questions. How many applications do you think only have local storage?
Calculator, gallery.
Calculator.
Calculator, gallery, phone calls.
Gallery, food calls. So I'll say 1/10 I can say. 1/10 or even less than that of all the applications that are present on Google Play Store and other devices. There is less than 5% of the applications that have only local storage. Because there are a lot of applications that you need cloud storage as well. First is accessibility. Data stored in the cloud can be accessed anywhere. मैं बांग्लादेश में जाके भी कोड कर सकता हूँ. तो ICRC में कॉन्टैक्ट करना रहेगा तो आप वहाँ से कर सकते हो. वो हॉलीडे मूवी देखते हो ना, कैसे ऑनलाइन बैठ के चीजें हो जाती है. तो वैसे scalability. Cloud storage is highly scalable. It can grow how much ever you want. What is the drawback in scalability for local storage? Can anybody tell me that? Sorry? Size बढ़ जाता है, लेकिन उससे क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
On the device, when we store it immediately, it has some performance gaps.
Migration, performance jacks. Performance jacks की अभी तो बहुत कम है. बढ़ा भी दिया तो. Data is very huge. But there is also a limit to that, right? जितना डिवाइस का मेमोरी है उतना ही यूज कर सकते हो. एक बार डिवाइस की मेमोरी खत्म, what will you do? But that is not the case in cloud storage. We can set certain limits, but if you see theoretically and बहुत ज़्यादा पैसा है टाटा की तरह तो infinite data store करो कितना भी करो no problem. You have complete expansion. I'm really sorry for that. But yeah, you have complete scalability. Third is backup and recovery. Somebody said over here backup. Now, do you think cloud storage offers robust backup, robust recovery features? The reason behind this, कितने लोगों के फोन यहाँ पे बंद पड़े हैं आजकल? How many of you are like the second phone users, third phone users, जिन्होंने अपने फोन चेंज किए? कोई ऐसा है जिसका फर्स्ट फोन अभी भी चल रहा है? अच्छा, वो पापा का फोन यूज करते थे वही चला रहे हो कि खुद का नया लिया? खुद का नया लिया ना? कभी फोन चेंज हुआ किसी का बिगड़ा है यहाँ पे 2-3 बार तो फोन यूज किया ना? Man, do you have faced any issue? What kind of issues when you change a new phone? Please. Please. I don't get on my
So I have faced issues like my phone was working very slow.
Okay.
And it was not adapting.
No, I'm saying that with respect to migration. When you're migrating from one phone to another phone, जो databases और बाकी चीजें होती है, उसमें आपको क्या issues हैं?
I was first an Android user, so recently I became iOS. So that was the first and the main thing. That
You couldn't transfer the data.
Yeah, I was not able to transfer my data. My
Okay.
WhatsApp was glitching. I have to start from zero for it.
You know, because WhatsApp uses actually the local storage.
Yes. That was the main thing. So, for the I mean, I used to have everything on my WhatsApp. And after switching to iOS,
Complete life was destroyed.
it was destroyed. And I was like, okay, I think I should have an Android phone.
That's true.
Like, storage spaces. And that was fun.
Okay. Any other issue that you faced?
And the thing was like, the main issue was with storage only.
Okay.
So, in my early Android phone, I used to have 256 GB. In my iOS phone, I have 64 GB.
It's very bad.
So that is I have very less features in storage. And in Android, I used to have external I mean, in the external Android, we can actually extend the storage with SD cards and other device. But for iOS, you cannot do that.
Thank you. It was actually a good conversation. I felt I'm going from Android to iOS. Question was a bit different with respect to that, but that's a very good information. But I'm saying, even if you move from one Android device to second Android device, the biggest problem that even I have faced initially, one is, as ma'am said, WhatsApp database. कभी इधर से उधर जाता नहीं है. Even for Android, you have to go through Google Drive and all those things, and even that is if you're lucky that your Google Drive detected, then it is done. But has anybody tried Google Contacts? Contacts कैसे इधर से उधर फटाक से चले जाते हैं? Because Google Contacts are always stored in your cloud databases. So even if you log in another device, all the contacts have been synced and it is sorted out. Google Photos, galleries, सारे के सारे photos मेरे नए phone में आ जाते हैं just by signing in. So that is where your backup recovery option is get sorted. Fourth is collaboration. कौन-कौन यहाँ पे drive share करता है? Assignments, files, ये क्या PT papers, graphs, codes. All these things happen through cloud collaboration. अच्छा, because cloud collaboration, can you give me example for developers? Sorry? What is that? Okay. Anything else? GitHub. I was actually waiting for that answer. Figma. So, Bitbucket, yeah. These are the three examples which are very common. For developers, GitHub collaborations is simply GitHub. Sara data store होता है. अच्छा, has anybody, you guys must have been storing only the, what do you call that, programmings? I hope so. Has anybody stored the assignments? Because all are engineers. So assignments, practicals, video files, phone backups, computer backups. Because even I have done that. I have literally shifted my Mac, one Mac to another Mac, complete storage via GitHub. Because like पूरा खाली होता है, पूरा expandable होता है. So use however you want. There is no limit. But local versus cloud storage. अगर हम लोग बात करें तो वैसे तो मैं कभी compare कर नहीं सकता ज़्यादा. but basic है एक तो faster access. Local storage won't take any internet connections, won't require anything. It is there in your database. Just need to open the database and access it. Second comes is offline functionality. Your phone has connections, no connections, wherever you are, you will get your local storage easily. Third comes is simple implementation. Firebase आता है, Firestore आता है, Firebase storage आता है, reference call करो, फिर उसका child call करो, फिर उसको वापस call करो. The same happens with SQL, whether the connection is met or not, but that is never the case with SQL or whether it be shared preferences. But that is also where if you're having what do you call that, cloud storage, this scalability is there. There is accessibility, data can be accessed from there, which is basically the last 2 points only. But I'm trying to compare you guys to understand which one is better for you guys in which cases. Because basis on all of these points is where you will be deciding which database should you use. So second comes is the choosing the right option. Now this is the same comparison of local storage, but local storage and cloud storage. So यहाँ पे अगर हम लोग use करें, main reason I use for it is what is my storage size, what is the data I am storing, and third thing is functionalities. For example, if I'll say a sir has Flutter Sparks application, that is what we were making initially. We use both the storages in that. Initial phases that we made was dark phase, light phase. That is dark mode, light mode. So what we did was that is data something we used in the offline storage. But when it comes to cloud storage, it's your information, the company's information, the employer's information, the employee's information. आपके सारा personal data, that is all we stored in cloud storage. We see to data that is never stored in your devices because it is required like that. Yeah. Fourth point is tokens. Has anybody heard about tokens? Yes. Where do you think we store it? Sorry?
Locally.
On the locally. Why locally?
Because it is confidential.
It is confidential. That's correct. We can never store any tokens in cloud databases. Even if we store it, my suggestion is never, because it is. And second is it changes. It's useless actually to store it in cloud databases because it changes whenever it refreshes. So जब कोई चीज continuously change होने वाली है और उसको सिर्फ एक specific device के लिए use करना है, rather than storing in cloud, store in local. So always ask the question, why do I need to store it? Where do I need to store it? And how do I need to store it? जो 3 W's होते हैं ना, उनको जब आप ask करोगे, that is when you get the correct answer as to what is the local storage, what is the cloud storage, and where is it required. Fourth comes is persistence. Can you guys give me an example of persistence? Sorry? User preferences. Okay. And what is persistence? मैंने शब्दों को तोड़ मोड़ नहीं बोला है. Persistent मतलब user database data remains after session. I heard data remains persistent after session. So that's the difference. Data remains after the session, but what does it mean in lame language? Sorry? Who's कौन है? क्या बोल रहे हैं आप? Something that stays. Okay, something that stays. लेकिन कब? Buddy, you should play KBC with me. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, something that stays whenever you want it to stay. ये तो हो गया. लेकिन अगर टेक्निकल और फ्लटर के भाषा में अगर बोलूं, तो 3 कंडीशन which I relate. One is when you're offline. Second is when your app has stopped working. तभी आपको चाहिए. When your app is offline, that is when you need persistence. So persistence is storing and retrieving the data when your device is closed but device is already restarted. That is when you require. Now this ensures that even if your app has stopped working, but the data is not lost. अगर app continuously run नहीं हो रहा है. But how persistent works? First is writing the data. ये scenario हम लोगों ने लिया है to-do list का. So when your app creates a unique, whatever the app creates a modified data, data is stored in storage locations on the device. This is to-do list. Do you think to-do list is something required in cloud storage? Yes or no?
Yes, if you want to use the data for other purposes.
What kind of other purposes do you think we use to-do list?
We want to log into other devices and access the same data.
Yes. If you want to do collaborative work, that is when you require in what do you call that, cloud storage. But if you don't want to do collaborative work, for example, keep notes. Keep notes gives us a preference and gives us a कि भाई हम लोग multiple cloud store में अलग device भी use करते हैं. But generally public has only one device, one mobile. So most of the notes applications that you see, they are in the offline storage. Yeah. App closed and device restarted device. When the app closes and the device restarts, the Flutter app itself doesn't run. But you need to maintain the persistence. You need the app to restart. For example, जैसे Truecaller किसने देखा? App restart भी हुआ, sorry अपना क्या बोलते हैं, device restart भी हुआ, 2 मिनट के बाद चालू हो जाता है. When your Mac user, how many are the Mac users over here? Mac are not iPhone. Please. Mac users. Have you heard about the term login items? क्या होता है? What do you want to log into this?
The user starts a session.
Basically, when you start the Mac, when you open the Mac, that means the login items. So अगर आपने उसमें देखा रहेगा, कई सारे ऐसे apps होते हैं जो automatically start होते हैं, because you set those settings. So that is where the persistence comes up. That is where persistency is. Third is reopening the application. Have you guys used Zomato? Zomato, Swiggy, ये सारे एप्लीकेशन अगर यूज करोगे तो उसमें ऐसा होता है कि जो लास्ट आप फूड अपने कार्ट में डाल के रखा हुआ है वही पे जल्दी खुल जाता है. वो पेज वाला होम पे दिखा के रखते हैं, सारा डेटा स्टोर करके रखते हैं. That is where persistence is, and that is where persistence shows up. Have you guys got the notification at 4 a.m. कभी Amazon, Flipkart या फिर Zomato, ये तीनों में से किसी में कार्ट में कुछ डाल के रखो. Let's give you an example of Zomato. थोड़ा सा चिकन बिरयानी मैंने कार्ट में डाल के रखा, सुबह 4 बजे बराबर सोने के मूड रहता है हम लोग का, तभी वो नोटिफिकेशन डालेगा कि चिकन खाओगे, आपकी गर्लफ्रेंड भूल गई लेकिन हम आपको नहीं भूले तो आओ चिकन खा के जाओ. ऐसा नोटिफिकेशन आता है ना अच्छा खासा. So that notification is given by persistence. That is not via cloud storage, because even if you are offline, you get those notifications. Now let's take a scenario of developing a Flutter application for a social media network. Social media network, Facebook, Meetup.com, and first comes is the requirement of real-time updates. Now, what are the first is requirements? What are the requirements? Real-time updates, whether it is user authentications, then your offline capabilities. We need all these three things. What do you think is the solution for this? What is the database storage that you use? That you should use? Until now. तू आंसर नहीं देगा ये पहले बहुत आंसर देता है. The scenario is very simple. We have to develop a social media network application. We have 3 requirements. हाँ, gifts भी है available. So we have 3 requirements. Real-time updates चाहिए application में, user authentication चाहिए और offline capabilities. What do you think the databases should be? Whether what should be structure, whether it be local, cloud, क्या चीजें होनी चाहिए? Distribution. Let's do it structured, non-structured.
We can use structures with relations for the
We can use structured database for the relations with friends. So, for example, if we have Facebook, so we can relate the one user to another.
Okay.
And for offline capabilities, we use something like offline database like SPF Lite or Hive or something.
So for offline capabilities, you're saying local storage.
Yes.
Okay. What about you?
For real-time updates and especially with the social media network, we should use a graph database.
Okay.
Because it's easier to make connections.
I'm saying, see, I'm giving a comparison between structured, non-structured, local, and cloud. And third is whether persistence should be maintained in that or not. Local, non-local, both.
Local cloud both. Because you can have an offline database which is on cloud.
Okay.
So both of them. Then it should be. So if I consider the graph, it is kind of unstructured or structured. It is in the middle cloud. Because there's a structure, but not as we define in SQL or relational database. And user authentication, I don't think you should.
That is basic. So let's go first. यहाँ पे non-structured use किया rather than structured. The reason behind is I'm not calling millions of entries or thousands of entries at one point. What I require? The reason is it's a real-time update state. That is the reason I use Firestore as a unstructured database. Second reason we use was because it's a social media network application. जहाँ पे मैं per user के हिसाब से, for example, Nishit is there. मैं उसके friends को बुलाऊंगा, तो उसके connections, फिर उनके connections, which is via index, user ID via user ID. That is the reason I went for unstructured database rather than structured. Second was local caching. The local caching, as we know, is done because of offline capabilities. And third is IRS authentication, which can be done anywhere. By the way, that was just a distraction, a user authentication. You can use anything for that. I kept it a distraction to see. So best practices. First is understand your data needs. Every time my question was, what database do you require? क्यों चाहिए? Why do you require? How do you require? How quickly do you require? Performance, scalability. आपका future goal क्या है? Expansion क्या है? जैसे अपने टाटा नियो का बात किया. We have first year में हमारे उनका example target set था for 1 million. Then it went to 1 billion. अगर पहले ही 1 billion के लिए करोड़ों खर्चे करते थे, अगर टाटा नियो उतना successful नहीं होता तो there was a 50 chances that Tata Neo might not be successful. It is a very good application currently. Yeah. Third is ensure your security. How secure is the application? So do you think we actually require a security in an application? आज के ज़माने में. अभी तो AI आ गया है, सब कुछ ही हो जाता है, तो टेंशन क्या है ना किस चीज़ की? What do you actually require? And performance. Actually, you guys develop in Flutter, right? Do you think Flutter is very good for performance? Depends on
With whom you are comparing to.
with whom you are comparing to. I'm just asking basic.
You are
General.
comparing to native, it's not faster than native.
Okay. And then what is faster? किससे ज़्यादा faster है? React Native से ज़्यादा faster है Flutter. Okay. And और किसको क्या लगता है? Like anybody has any other opinion? Do you think Flutter is very good in performance? Think no. Why? No, but genuinely, do you guys think Flutter is very good in performance? Do you think you have used Flutter very good language? So that is where actually the answer is. Second point was coming with the performance, even though it's not in the slide. But what practices are you using? Have you guys used debugger tools? कितना बार debugger tools actually use किया है और उसको use करके changes किए कोड में? Set state और क्या use किया और क्या changes किए? Having this refactor the code. Code refactor में कहाँ पे कौन सी चीज use करनी है, कितना database call करना है, all those things matter a lot. When we initially, because I think most of you guys are beginners. तो जनरली आप लोग सेट स्टेट यूज करते हैं पूरे विजेट को रिबिल्ड करते हैं. स्टेट मैनेजमेंट के वक्त आपने एक चीज सीखी रहेगी कि मुझे जितना स्टेट चेंज करना है, जितनी चीजों की जरूरत है उतना ही मैं चेंज करूंगा. अगर ज्यादा चेंज करोगे तो प्रॉब्लम्स होंगी. अपनी बॉडी के साथ भी वैसा है, जितना खाना चाहिए उतना खाओ, ज्यादा खाओगे तो मेरे इश्यू हो जाएगा. एंड मेंटेनिंग बैकअप्स, ऑलवेज सी टू इट दैट यू हैव बैकअप्स. सो एनी क्वेश्चंस फॉर मी?
Another question. Hive use करो कि Izar use करो?
Izar क्या पता करता फिर जो. See guys, for me is see our databases. It was just a joke, but
Okay, seriously, how would I choose a database in Flutter? मेरे को मेरे apps में अगर database.
तो हो गया series. अब पूरा session के बाद
मेरे को और एक question. मेरे को सुन दो.
डेटाबेस कौन सा चूज करना है उसी पे पूरा प्रेजेंटेशन था.
ऐसा था क्या?
YouTube पे जाओगे पूरा चेक करोगे फिर बताओगे. Yes.
यहाँ पे मिल जाएगा मेरे को.
Yeah. Real time. Question repeat करो. और ऐसा पूछना कि आए ना. Because you know I'm learning.
In which case we can use query based database and ORM based database.
Which case what? That's the
Meaning
Flutter
कि
flow.
SQLite जैसे database जैसे query से वो use करें कि for example
नहीं,
जैसे
वो अलग
database उसके जिसमें
Nabeel, structured and unstructured database.
ORM और query पूछ रहे हैं स्ट्रक्चर and structure
Structured and structured.
ORM
To use SQLite and Flutter flow.
See, as for the SQLite बोलोगे, so it's a local and a structured database. So as we discussed, we require scalability, we require offline storage. हम लोग को उसमें ज़रा अगर immediately चाहिए, that is when it is. But you know कि भाई we have some time to use this. That is when you use other databases. So generally देखो अगर आपको कोई भी database choose करना है, so choose for this option. कि भाई आपके databases की क्या requirements हैं, उसके basis पे आप choose कर सकते हो. And as a one question, guys, which our friend Nabeel asked me, which is something I want to answer. Hello, just a second, wait. तो जैसे नबील ने मुझे पूछा ना, हाइव बेटर है, फ्लटर फायरबेस बेटर है, आइबर बेटर है, और इनिशियली आई आस्क्ड यू गाइस कि कितने डेटाबेसेस हैं इस वर्ल्ड में? What are the softwares? रुक जा, कितने डेटाबेसेस हैं? We say some people might say 3, some people might say 2, because everybody has a criteria. लेकिन अगर कोई बोलेगा कि सॉफ्टवेयर्स कितने हैं, जैसे फायरबेस, हाइव, सीक्वल, several other software, so there are millions of software that are present. Every company comes up every year with a new software. So nobody can answer you कि भाई आपको कौन सा सॉफ्टवेयर यूज करना चाहिए, because that is a personal preference. But हाँ, आप ये डिसाइड कर सकते हो कौन से टाइप का डेटाबेस यूज करना है, कौन सी जगह पे यूज करना है, लोकल, क्लाउड, स्ट्रक्चर्ड, अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड, उससे आप डिसाइड कर सकते हो आपको कौन सा सॉफ्टवेयर. That would be answer. Any other question?
Flutter web application पे offline capabilities implement करने के लिए कौन सा database SQL like to support नहीं करता web application तो उसमें कैसे implement करेंगे?
In a nutshell, local storage. In a nutshell,
अगर user offline है और उसको
then any database solution which supports local storage can be used. For example, ISAR. If you are practicing for 19% ISAR also, ISAR it gives के नीचे support नहीं करता. Shared preference का भी again वही जो local storage यूज करता है, web के पास local storage और option है. Web में basically offline capability का कुछ case ही नहीं. Web means online, right?
application like user is solve करने अपने PW progressive web application
Flutter Mumbai नहीं बना है, sir. No, we have to wait. Flutter Mumbai. Guys, I have a very good question. इस PW का offline storage है, तो कौन सा use करना चाहिए, क्या use करना चाहिए? जो लास्ट आंसर था वो तो मेरे आपसे रिकमेंड है कि आप कोई भी सॉफ्टवेयर कौन सा यूज कर सकते हो वो आपके ऊपर है. बट एक तो शेयर प्रेफरेंसेस है जो कि स्ट्रिंग्स हम लोग यूज कर सकते हैं. इन्होंने आइपर राइट, आईसार सॉरी, बिकॉज़ आई हैवंट यूज्ड आईसार येट. So ISAR is something you can use. Hive is something you can use. लेकिन still my answer will remain the same. Software आप कोई भी use करो, वो आपके ऊपर है. आप किस तरीके से use कर रहे हो, वो आपके लिए ज़्यादा मैटर करता है. Use best practices.
Local storage.
हाँ, थोड़ा घुमा के बोला मैंने.
मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि it was book explain और 2 मिनट है. एक क्वेश्चन उसका जो आंसर रहेगा, एक क्वेश्चन जो राइट आंसर देगा
बेटर सोशल.
वो दूसरा है. अच्छा
Aditya, Sudhar, can you open Flutter Mumbai social media? Let's open it here. Let's see who gets the gift. Gift is via social media, sir. It's already announced. Instagram, Twitter, both.
सोशल मीडिया में निकाल के रखो.
Yeah. So, जैसे बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस हमने बोली ऑफलाइन स्टोरेज के लिए, ऑफलाइन स्टोरेज या यूजर ऑथेंटिकेशन है. what are the other databases other than Hive, Firestore, Azure? This is a database that you can use for offline capabilities.
Data secure storage.
Data secure storage. थोड़ा गेम खेल लेते हैं 5 मिनट.
अरे जल्दी कर. इसके बाद काउट बाकी है.
So let's give it back out only, na?
नहीं अभी विशाल का बाकी है ना.
Let's take out. ठीक है. You have made me conscious now.
तू बस 2 क्वेश्चन पूछ मेरे सेशन में. जो राइट आंसर देगा उसको 2 गिफ्ट देने. People are waiting for you.
Do you guys have any questions for me first? Let me clarify.
हो गया वो इसके बाद.
I'm gonna kill you. Literally gonna kill you. I think you guys have heard about persistence, right? You guys saw persistence in the databases. When do you think in the sourcing data is the persistence to be used? Persistence कब use होगा?
For example, for persistence, Zomato uses persistence for their carts, the items in the cart, and even Instagram uses the persistence. It stores the top 10 or top 5 posts so that the user can access it offline.
And second is check the notification. Who has followed me after watching the session? He will get the gift. No, that's okay. I'm just kidding over there. But the second is for Nishit actually, because I have been watching him and he has been answering continuously in my session. So I'll be picking him. For the whole session, he has been very interactive. So Nishit, Savla, and buddy, what's your name? Manan. Please come. My best friend is full name Manan. He's dead to me now, but okay. Yes. तो वो खोल देना. बड़े इतना बोला था मेरा सेक्शन. अच्छा बाय द वे 2 मिनट लेता हूँ उसका जब तक सेटअप कर रहा है पूरा. Any feedback for me in 5 sessions? 4 sessions, any feedback? Open है, कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा ना मैं कुछ बोलूँगा. I'll suggest see, even if you want to give me a social media, it's okay. If you want to give it over here, that is okay. Even after the session, because I have also reason. क्या बड़ी? इतना अच्छा बोल रहा है तुम्हें सामने बोल रही. Because even I have been learning giving sessions. I have been recently started it. So एक journey की तरह मैं ले रहा हूँ पूरा हर चीज. तो थोड़ा सा हेल्प कर मुझे भी और कुछ भी फीडबैक रहेगा तो बस. मेरे भी बहुत अच्छा लगता है. Yes, thank you. अच्छा, he is the worst GD in India. बहुत बर्बाद है.
Cool. So that's it from Yash. एक बार फिर से उसके लिए जोर से क्लासिंग होती है. तो आदत तो नहीं है. Cool. तो डेटाबेस पढ़ लिया ना, डेटाबेस पढ़ लिया, स्टेट मैनेजमेंट पढ़ लिया, फ्लटर के अपडेट देख लिए. Now what is next? So next is architecture. But is it really important? आप लोगों ने ऐप बनाया बट आप लोगों ने कभी ऐप को आर्किटेक्ट किया ऐसा कुछ फील हुआ क्या करते हैं मटेरियल ऐप डालो 2 स्कैफोल्ड डालो अपना ऐप रेडी जरूरत पड़ती है तो ये जरूरत पड़ती है उसकी जब आप ऐप को स्केल करते हैं अगर आपका आर्किटेक्चर आपका गंदा है it won't scale you have to rewrite everything from scratch right. So there are several components, several important things involved in solutioning the architects of an application or an web, or you can think of any front-end app. Okay. So Vishal will going to cover all of them. Plus, he is architect of Tata New App. Tata New App, how many have used? One of the complex apps, okay, which I have seen, and so he will share you some learning, some finding which you can use. He himself is architecting the application for last 5 years. Last 3 years. ठीक है, लगता नहीं है. But so Vishal, welcome on board. This should be one of the intense session for the day. क्योंकि अगर आपने यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछे तो फिर कुछ फायदा नहीं. ठीक है, cool. Which is up ready?
Along with the goodies, we have a 2 Red Bull. So whoever will be asking the questions and the relevancy will be there will be given the Red Bulls.
दो और है. तो जिसको प्यास लगे उसका प्यास भी पूछ जाएगा. उसको रख दे दो बीच में.
जो सवाल पूछेगा उसको रेड बुल मिलेगा.
जो सवाल पूछेगा अच्छा सवाल पूछेगा.
पर विवेक भी थोड़ा ध्यान देना, वो कोई गेम आ गया.
So you guys might have gotten bored. इसको तो बहुत बार हो गया why Flutter, हर सेशन में सुनते हो. But why Flutter from when you are thinking like architect, not as an engineer. So there is a difference between thinking like architect and engineer. In engineering or a team lead, you generally think about what you understand and what your team understand. But when I'm thinking about the architecture, you have to think about how the company will grow, what is the roadmap, and is it suitable for it. So when you choose Flutter from architecture standpoint, so there are few things you have to first answer the few queries, right? Do I need? Does my app needs to have a complex animation? That's the first thing. If it yes, then React Native is gone because it can't do shaders, it can't do a very 60 FPS animation. We all know the limitations. Then only we have left with 3 options: native apps, Flutter multi-platform with Jetpack Compose, Flutter. Now again, let's go back. What is our team size and what is our team size growth will look like? If a large team, go native. There is nothing like it. If you want to just build, you want to code once and deploy everywhere, then you have a 2 options only left: Compose multi-platform, Flutter. Now, in between these 2, what to choose? So when we were choosing the Flutter, at that time Compose multi-platform was not there. It was not a state. But today, if I am still the current state of Compose multi-platform, I will not choose, because I cannot share UI code in a stable manner. Lot of the widgets, for example, the animated buttons, if you use in a Compose, they behave differently in iOS and Android. That's a big problem. I cannot allow that in a production app. So I will choose a framework which is giving me consistency across the platform, which is cross-compatible across the cross-deployable, as well as which is performant enough to support shadings, animations, high compute graphics like 3D images, AR, etc. So these are the few areas that I've just summarized. जो आपने बहुत सुना होगा. Now let's talk about the. Why is it not working? When you are designing application, right? What are the key areas? So few of the major key areas which are common across all apps I have written here: the state management, data persistent and storage, navigation, and definitely the performance. Performance becomes one of the key areas. You can't avoid performance. But there are a few more NFRs like analytics. How to do the analytics? Because a business can't run without the user analytics. You need to know what users are doing. You need to know what everyone is, which product is getting sold, so that you can incentivize them. The second aspect which becomes very important is the operations. That is something that is a very interesting layer which we as a developer or we as a techies always tend to forget. We need to simplify the life of operations, because in production we are not running the app. It's the operations who are running the app. So you need to simplify the life of operations. You need to include the operations NFRs, like how easy it is to change your content, how much flexibility you want to give, because you cannot give too much flexibility, else your app will start losing the consistency. So that balance also you require. Now going back to the analytics again. Analytics, there are multiple ways to analytics. You can use GA, Adobe, your Superbase. I think there's something known as a P, which is open source analytics. I'm forgetting the name. these analytics tools, they are the tools to implement analytics and do analytics. But how do you do in your app? You don't want to instrument analytics every time you are adding a new card or a new product. How do you scale your analytics? These are the questions that we need to ask. And once you solve it, so in the architecture to solve these many problems, then only your overall app architecture is ready. It's not about just writing a UI code or business logic and just getting done with it. So many of the time these requirements are done before even it gets to the development or to you guys. So now I talk about the state management, right? A state management of multiple paradigm. You have got the event-based paradigm. There's a reactive paradigm, which is used in Redux, in React, Mobex, etc. There is a more paradigm which is more of a callback or change notifier kind of paradigm, where you are handling via notifications. They are similar to events, but they are not really the same, because those are UI events, and basically they are more for, I will say they are a stream kind of rather than an event. It's for callback execution. So these are paradigms that you have to choose. For my app, what is the correct paradigm I need to move? And when I mean app, it doesn't mean just app which you are developing, it also means the team who is developing. You can also think about it. If your team, even if your app requires a reactive paradigm more than an event-based paradigm, and you have a developers of block, my suggestion will go ahead with a block. Don't go with the reactive paradigm. Timed out. Okay. So this slide will spend quite a lot of time here, because there is a lot to talk. What are the key areas? Then again, move to the data persistence, right? Again, on the data persistence, we have a lot of options. You have a structured data persistent, you have unstructured. In the structured, you have a SQL based, you have again no SQL based. You have in a unstructured, you have object based, key value based. There are multiple things, right? Yash was discussing. Again, on the same aspect, what does your app require? Does it need to store data in a structured format or not? Does it need to store query the data like a SQL, or can it live with the key value? Because there are advantages and disadvantages of all. Anyways, Nabeel, sorry, is it not audible? Little closer. So these are the few areas that you need to know. Now again on the data persistence, right? There's another thing. For you have a hybrid apps, which Vivek was discussing. You have a hybrid app which is Flutter and native, and then you have a pure Flutter apps. Pure Flutter apps is quite simple to easy to solve using SQLite, Hive, etc. But when you have hybrid app, you will spawn multiple Flutter engines. That is where the real complexity arises. And this is the sole reason why ISR was created, to do the data synchronization between multiple Flutter engine or multiple Flutter instances. So if you compare the ISR and Hive, this will be one of the key reasons why it is different. By the way, these two are from the same publisher. Hive and ISR are from the same publisher, ISR.dev. You can check it out. So it is built by the same people, same group of people.
So fun fact, by the way, Hive 4 is actually an ISR wrapper.
Yeah.
So Hive no longer supports web Hive 4 releases.
Now again, anyone having any query till now? Or is it too much at the same time? Let's move to navigation. This is one of the most interesting topic which I like, because this seems to be the most simplest, right? You are just doing navigating between the screens. But at the same time, it is the most complex thing, because you can have a nested navigations. You have to tackle the navigation across web and app. Web and app navigate separately. Their history maintenance is separate. App is more of a stack-based implementation in terms of history. Web is more of a list-based implementation where you can slide down in any window using backward and forward button, right? So the implementations are quite different. Now again, moving to I will just focus on the nested router, right? Tab navigation, which is another interesting area, because in that way you are maintaining the stack. So you have a tab navigation, right? Where you have a nested navigations, which we did. we generally see. Like because it's super interesting because you have a deep links going from one stack router to another stack router to another stack router. So how will you choose? Too many options. The first question is, do you really need all of these features in your app? If you don't need, don't complicate the design. Follow the KISS principle. Anyone want to answer KISS? Yes. And the third part is performance. And there's a principle known as a drive. Anyone want to give full form drive? Yeah. Many of the performance issues which you will see in any ecosystem is mainly because of not following drive. And the second area where the most of the error of performance issues happen when you do extra, like keep rebuilding the widget, unnecessary nesting the widget, no caching. The another thing is what related to caching. Even if you're caching, are you caching intelligently? That is where the so many people think that caching is just a time-based caching, right? I will set the expiry time and I'm done. It is not. If you can know when my data is updating or expiring, you can pre-populate it so that when the user is coming, you don't even have to do a origin lookup. So there are a lot of paradigm in the performance. Now we'll move toward a little detail in the state management. This we talked, right? We have blocks, provider, riverport, mobex, getex. There's an architect or is a tech lead even. How will you choose what to use? So generally I follow these metrics for my state management. What is the concept? What are the strengths? What are the weakness? Can it scale? And the third part is whether it is suitable for my developers. The first criteria is a little interesting. You will think about it. Block is nothing but an events and stream, right? Provider is again a DI based. Basically, you create a provider, you put an object and access it using the context, right? Build context. River pod is just provider without context via using ref. And it internally is a stream and event support similar to like block. So you can think of river pod as a combination of block plus provider without build context. This is one of the region I personally hate the river pod because it doesn't use the build context. If you want to go to UI way of doing the state management, use the build context which is native to Flutter. The MOBEX is a little interesting and one of the area where it's separate from all of these three because it doesn't use UI at all. It's a reactive based. Reactive is the paradigm which is very common for the web developers. So anyone want to explain the reactive paradigm? Here the call. Anyone? Can we explain?
So reactive paradigm is based on observable streams of data. There is a, it is conceptually based on observable data. So you have subscribers and publishers, and whenever you publish your data, the subscriber. Yes.
That is what RX Java did. As an implementation of reactive. But reactive by design doesn't mean the observability. These two are similar paradigm but not the same. What reactivity means that there is a change in a data source and you execute that function. The responsibility is in the data itself to execute the reaction, not the other way around. Observability achieves the same feature but in an inverted manner. That is why RX Java, even though it is observability framework, we still tell it is a reaction framework. That achieves the purpose. So I will just show a diagram on this similar aspect for ease of context on reactivity. You are seeing this concept, right? This diagram, right? You have three actors: observables, reactions, and actions. So they very specific to mostly reactive context. Nothing related to mobiles. Mobiles basically implement the same concept. So generally, observables, whenever there is a change, it notifies the reactions. While you are reacting, you might want to perform some actions, and your actions internally modifies the data. You should not do for the same data, else it will go in a loop. Ideally, suppose you have a data type A and data type B. Whenever there is a change in data type A, you want to modify the B. How will you do? So you will create a reaction on the data type A. That whenever A changes, you want to execute some function. As a part of that execution, you want to change the B. So that notify is your callback function for reaction. That fire is that callback getting fired when the data is changing, and the actions are basically, or the mutation is happening when that function is getting executed. It's like callbacks, right? So, reactivity context is nothing but a callback with automation. So whenever you start tracking anything, you inject yourself as a tracker that I want to restore this callback to this observable. It's just that it does automatically for you instead of you declaring. So there's a more depth into it. You guys can read on the mobile Redux also. Redux also follows the reactivity principles. And let's move to the strength, right? See, block has one of the biggest strength is its community reach, right? Due to which it has become extremely testable, very easy to test. But that is not so true for any of this framework. Be it provider, be it RiverPod, be it Mobex, be it KTEX. All these frameworks are good. From a testing point of view, all are testable. But from a community point of view, the documentation, etc. point of view, this block is the highest. So it is one of the biggest strength in terms of testable. The second thing is a structure. Every data in block needs to be structured. Provider, the biggest benefit is that it's the grandfather of all block, RiverPod, KTEX, etc. So it is the most simplest one and the lightweight. If your app doesn't require too much complex, use provider. There is nothing more performant than it. Other than Mobex is a separate thing. It's a separate concept for us, or way there. RiverPod, it's more of a provider with a, you can say, a steroid, right? It's more of a organized, you can prettify, etc. Mobex is, again, we have talked a lot about our reactivities, I will skip it. KTEX. KTEX, even though we hate KTEX, it is good at one thing, rapid development. If you want to develop fast, go KTEX. It provides a lot of features, lot of tool sets. You can easily build the app. You don't have to go too deep into anything. So suppose I want to build a reaction on top of block. It's a nightmare. If I want to build an event on top of a Mobex, it's a nightmare. KTEX provide everything. You use whatever you want. In terms of weaknesses, there are definitely few weaknesses. For example, since reactivity concept is not so generalized, Mobex is very difficult to master. Even though it is very easy to use, we are just observable actions, right? The problem with the RiverPod is again because it moved away from the build context. You have to understand a new concept. These are references. And KTEX, again, the performance is one of the bottleneck because of too many things happening at the same time. And the third part is, the second part is tight coupling. The moment you start using KTEX, so this is not a library problem. This is a problem when we develop. This is a 99% of developer of KTEX do. They tightly couple that their business logic so much around KTEX feature that it becomes very difficult to remove. So that is one of the demerit generally people say for the KTEX. So it's not a KTEX problem, tightly coupled. Yeah. From a suitability point of view, it is simple, right? The block and Mobex are applicable for large enterprise applications also where you have multiple engines running, multiple screens running at the same time, tab routers are running. RiverPod is again for the simple and mediums. The reason why it is not recommended for large because the moment you start getting multiple reps, it will start becoming like a Redux, right? So it's too much to maintain at the same time and develop. The same thing is true for provider because as the team grows, there will be too many providers running and you will not know when and what is running for it. KTEX again, because of tight coupling and performance issues, you cannot do it for the large apps. Where you have a development workflow, again, it's a replication of the concept. What concept suits your team. So these are the few paradigms which I will look. My personal favorite is block and mobile. So any queries till now on the state management, selection, etc. Nabeel?
Just like now moving forward and advocate about movex. Focus or there is always a set of
So I will say it depends on your application. Do you need an event-based state management or a reaction-based state management? So it depends totally on your call. For example, if I have a lot of API calls happening, I have a lot of data coming, it's a streaming data, I will go for block. But if I need to share the state across multiple widgets, then I will go for movex because it's super easy to implement reactions for multiple widgets on the same data sets. So if you have a single widget targeting a single API, single data, I will go for block. I will give a very limited, there are multiple parameter code. But if you have multiple widgets targeting the same data variable, I will go with movex. You can do the same thing in block also, do the same thing in movex also. That is up to you. All these concepts are interrelated. Ideally, I think you should understand all these paradigms because when you are interviewed, right, from an interview standpoint, an interviewer might ask you what is reactive programming, what is event-based state management. They can ask anything. So you should master this concept, understand this concept. You don't need to master one state management library, but understand the concept of all. That will be my suggestion.
Performance that is use a long state management. Like let's suppose I have an application having 5 features, I choose a block so that I have to write it long.
So it depends, right? So if you try to implement multiple widget to a single data source in block, and if you enter too many places, block will become slow because it was never meant for it. It's an event-based system. But if you convert that single block into multiple event object and then do it, then it's performant. The same way, if you try to use movex for every single data point without requiring the reactions, it will become slow. Comparatively, movex will become slow in terms of memory, not in terms of CPU, because it will not compute. The memory consumption will become high. So when we talk about performance, both memory and CPU comes into the picture.
Can we use both movex and block in the same app?
Yes, you can.
Why and why not? Are there any disadvantages?
Frankly speaking, I have used both in 1 or 2 apps, and I don't see any disadvantage in using both if you are comfortable and your team is comfortable. The only thing is, I will say why not is primary because you will have, if you have a single paradigm, it's very easy to communicate between the teams rather than communicate between two different concepts altogether. So you can use both. There is no harm because movex is a pure Dart thing, block is also a pure Dart thing, so you can use it. I mean, I hope it answered that. Also, one more thing, you can use GetX also along with movex. But don't. Let's move to the data persistence and storage. This was, I think, this will be related to more of a database discussion that we had, but we'll focus more on the local side storage. While we'll come to the cloud side also is a later part, but from a local standpoint, generally right now there are 3 key players: SQLite, shared ref, and Hive. Izar is the upcoming rockstar for data synchronization and all, where the Hive will finally merge to Izar. Drift is not mainstream.
Sure, but Isaac doesn't speak well.
go on. So I am not focusing on web. I will get into it. So for web, so let's go through it one by one. Right? For example, what is the purpose of your story? If it's a simple key value pair, go with set. It's supported by every operating system. Web is a local storage. You have a your iOS is a NS default, Android is a set. Right? So it is available. SQLite, again, SQL, everybody knows SQL. It's a file-based database. You can store as many complex data you want. You can store JSONs, you can store tables, you can store records, etc. Hive is again more of an object storage. So Hive is inspired from another database known as object box. So object box is more of a, you can basically store a Dart object in your as a binary in your memory. So definitely it relies on code generation and all to do it. The only problem with the Hive is if you create a large objects, the Hive write and read becomes slow. This has been solved in Hive 4, which you were saying, by got into the ISAR backend kind of thing.
One more fun fact. I will actually load all the data from a box when you open it in memory, which is why getting something is not asynchronous. Yes. As that has bitten me in the ass once, where I saved like 10 MB of data and my app startup time was like 3 seconds. So just be careful of using Hive for large amounts of data. It's very good for small.
ISAR is a very high performant object database where these Hive issues are not there. And since it doesn't load in the memory, your multiple Flutter engines can be on the same when you are reading the data. The best part of the ISAR is you can store large objects up to even 10 GB, 1 GB, but you should not do it that big. Again, data types. See, data types, I have a while these are the general concept like CertPref you can only store basic data types, SQLite can store rich data types, relationships, etc. You can also store and Hive store it's like similar to CertPref because it's still a key value based where it's just a key with binary objects being stored. Custom objects are basically converted to binary and stored as a string value. The same with the ISAR is similar to Hive in terms of a storage paradigm. The only difference comes into the between the SQLite and the other three is terms of relationship. You can put a relationship between two different rows or two different keys, right? But in Hive, ISAR, or CertPref you can't do. It's a non-relational database, and they are object-based database. From a complexity point of view, Hive is one of the most complex database, Hive and ISAR, because you have to rely on the code chain always to convert your objects. But if you just want to do a string, integer, basic data types, then it is on a similar complexity like CertPref. Now SQLite, it supports, it can be as simple as possible as a storing a row column, and it can become as complex as possible by doing a foreign key, multiple joins, etc. From a performance point of view, CertPref is definitely fast if you have a very small thing to store, like if you just want to store the tokens with a profile, etc. But if you want to store the application, don't go for it. It's super simple. Every CertPref read call takes 100 milliseconds. In a basically in a general device, right? Device. The similar aspect is that SQLite, it is very efficient for large data sets, but the most efficient and the most performant is ISAR. ISAR is the most efficient and performant. From security point of view, this is one of the key ways that we as a developers forget. We need to secure the data when it is getting stored, both in rest and in motion. I will cover that rest and motion later. But for now, SQLite definitely has access control built in, but it doesn't have encryption. So I can take your SQLite file and another application I can put it and I will be able to access. Something is wrong with my laptop. From a complexity point of view, again, right? I think I'll move to another slide. From security standpoint, again, the Hive and ISAR is one of the best encryption support and security support. Hive is an encryption built in. That means every data type you will put on Hive is encrypted by default. But ISA is more of it is supported. You have to enable it. There's a flag. Think of it like that. A scalability you have, so I will just skip it. But anyone has any query till now? Okay. So I'll discuss now. Let's talk about the cloud versus local data, right? So when to use cloud databases and local databases? Anyone want to answer?
Offline databases, we can use offline databases where there is some security risk involved in the data that is being stored. One, and secondly, it can be used where there is no need of sending the data online. So, for example, if there are basic task app or to-do app, we do not need to send it to the cloud. Also, it is faster to get data from the local storage cloud.
But it seems that offline databases are winning, right? But cloud databases has its own use cases in terms of persisting the data of multiple users, the central location, etc. But cloud database is a small subsection, not as a real-time databases. Heard about this term? Yes. You want to give an example? Explain. Real-time databases.
Like Firestore.
So there are few. Firestore, Supabase has its own storage.
Even Upright.
Yes, Upright also has. There is a MongoDB run by which you can do a Elastic is also there. A lot of things. Redis is not real-time data. As a function you can use, but it is not by default. Right? You can build that design for you. So you can build those kind of design using services from Postgres. Say for Supabase. Supabase is building that for you. It is internet. So real-time DB when you will use?
Low latency is required and update or the data needs to be updated without being triggered from the user.
Yes. So you, for example, I will just take a typical case, right? I've been marked fraud in my backend system, right? As a you have been marked fraud. It's an extreme example, but I'm just taking an example. You've been marked fraud. I don't want you to allow. You want to give you the access to that. I will block your app access immediately. So there the real-time databases comes into picture. There are other use cases like updating the authentication. Which issue? Password. So these are the places you will use the real-time database, right? Authentication is one of the good example, right? A Firebase auth relies on real-time database internally. It basically uses SSCs. Generally, real-time databases use SSCs. Server-side emitters. You can read about them. They are very interesting topic.
Even the streaming data in the API.
Not really. They are stream response. So there are difference between the stream response and SSCs. WebSockets. So WebSockets are more of a normal REST API plus SSC. It's both in the same thing. Yeah. So let's move to the navigation part. This again, I talked about this, the most complex part and the most of the time we miss it. So in terms of navigation, we have multiple options. Again, I've listed down a few of the most common routers: Go router, Moto route, V1. You have again another niche routers like Clever, etc., serving very niche. But the grandfather of all these routers is Navigator 1.2. Again, it is very imperative. It doesn't support replaying, so you can't run your business. Your business will not be efficient. It has a very limited control. If you want to build an application, you have to build manually everything. You have to introduce a text stack, then you wrap with another navigator, etc. Right? And if you have to do a cross-step navigation, you have to understand what router I need to push. So there's a lot of complex. It is very good for simple app. If you are a very simple app, go for Navigator 1.2. Don't go for routers. They are unnecessarily complicated things. Web compatibility is good, but because of no deep link, you can't directly create a URLs. Go router is some is the middle ground where most of the people should be using. It is declarative in nature, like React Router. It is deeply enabled. It can provide most of the complex navigation, be it tab navigation, your nested navigation, etc. It is a slight bit of learning curve because you have to learn a new library, new paradigm of routing, etc. It suits most people. You don't need anything more than this. And it is very good for you. The web compatibility of GoRoute is one of the best. AutoRoute, it is again declarative and code generated at the same time. You can either follow these paradigm, but mostly the documented you will find in the internet will be code generated. Because that is an easy way, because the people coming through Flutter, there's people coming to the Flutter, they are compatible with the code generation quite a lot, right? It again supports all the features of deep learning. The controls are very extensive. So the good part about the AutoRoute and GoRoute, the difference is you can do a nested navigation up to any level you want. GoRoute, if you want to go to nested navigation, they have added a support using the cell route now, but even that is very basic. So if you want to handle dialog also as a route, GoRoute can't do it, but via AutoRoute we can do it. It is one of the best support for middle layers in routers. It is a very extensive navigation support, like I talked about multiple level of nested navigation, etc. The only problem is it is a very high level because it understands a lot of concepts using it. The complexity, it is only applicable for very complex. If you have a lot of combination of fintech, commerce, edtech, everything together, use it as don't use it. It's unnecessarily complex. We use a AutoRoute by the way. We have to use web compatibility, it is not by default great. So you have to customize a lot for them. So you have to write separate route tree for web and app. That is what it requires the work. If you are not using nested, it will not require work, but if you are using nested navigation, you have to do the work. Beamer, again a similar like it is similar to GoRouter. The only thing is, if you really want a very minute web navigation, GoRouter is better. There is not much difference between these two. Beamer is more of a state management, so if you want to plug your state with routing logic, Beamer gives that simplicity. So before I move to performance, yeah.
I have a question. Like in GoRouter, how do we add auth guard or we are
so
some specific router we don't want to use go there and they are not right.
GoRouter is something as a guards, where you can implement those guards and navigate the user directly in the router. So GoRouter, I think 8 or 9 introduced the guards.
How we pass the data from one screen to another screen, and if the user will reload and it will be
that is where your state management libraries will make it. You can pass via two methods, either via query parameter or either via the state management libraries.
But whenever the user will reload that screen, web specific for Flutter web, the screen where
so for web, mostly I will. That is why I said web is a little separate topic. I will just answer this query in one itself. In web, whenever you reload, it's a separate Flutter application instance. So whatever state management, in-memory state management you have done there, that will not be in the engine. It is available in the reloaded disk. So generally, the strategy that I recommend for this kind of thing is that if you need to persist in a data persistence layer, not in the state management layer, and keep your state management layer interactive with the data persistent layer, so that when you reload the page, you can rebuild that state using the persistent data. In that way, when you reload, some data will be there which can help you to rebuild the state where you reloaded. So web is a Flutter web is not matured yet. It is its own complexity. From a performance standpoint, right? What does smooth UI means? Anyone want to answer? What do you mean by smooth UI?
60 frames per second.
60 frames per second. Yes. No jam, 60 frames per second. So one of the benchmark generally which is used to do is that whether your frame rendering is taking more than 16 milliseconds. Where it is proven if you are taking more than 16 milliseconds, you will jank and you will go below 16 milliseconds. From performance tool, you can use few performance tool like Flutter Dev tools, performance overlays to know how much jank it is happening, where it is happening, etc. Few best practices are built in like minimize the build function time, avoid recalling build functions. The same set a state example, right? The set a state question that you were asking, the set a state keep getting called. On the same context, one way to avoid the set a state getting called the region. You should not do set a state if it is not required. That's a simple reason. A simple, and if you want to go ease the thing, definitely MobX or this kind of library, even the block, you can create a debounce in the block events to avoid the build function to get triggered continuously. So there are those kind of things you can use. Replace. So this is an interesting thing which most of the people we forget, that we change the UI or a widget without animation. So it's more for replacement of the widgets. It's generally wrapped with an animated widget. Like opacity, if you're changing opacity of a widget, use animated opacity, not directly the opacity one. Avoid overly nested widgets. Don't create unnecessary nested widgets. You can use dart functions directly to avoid nesting of the widget. Because the moment you create a nesting in the widget, the tray becomes more and more heavy. Reduce painting overhead. So this topic I will leave. So I will just generally it means if you are rendering very complex thing, right? For example, you are rendering text over text, etc. Those kind of thing are happening. They will cause chat because you are painting on the you are doing a parallel painting, you're painting on top of already painted thing. So why those kind of things? That is why you see if it is in a debug mode, you will see like gray, yellow and red lines start to come, right? When you overflow. Those leads to painting overhead. Avoid those. In release mode, it doesn't seem so. Most of it in the debug mode we ignore, but don't ignore them. They will cause your smooth UI to go unsmooth or jank. So few bonus other than the architecture and the macros. So metaprogramming is a concept which there are multiple ways. You have internal DSLs. One of the concept is macros. It is very popular in Rust and Swift. Generally, macros are basically a code generation technique where you don't generate the code, you just put a macro and the code is generated on the compiled time code. And your IDs are aware of what is getting generated on the fly. We generally typically tells two types of macros: declarative macro, which is also known as a freestanding macro by the Apple terminologies, and procedure macros, which are more of a general term, which is known as an attached macro in an Apple fashion. Again, declarative macros are generally more of a generation of a function on a code. That means if you want to just do a very repetitive try catch of a specific thing, right? You just do it in a macro. You can write business logic in the macro to generate dynamic codes, declarative macro, so that it is not. So this is where the difference in the function and macros comes. Macros are evaluated on the compiled time, not in runtime. So the grandfather of macros, of modern macros, is in the macro in C, where it was just a simple text replacement. So from there, the concept evolved to today modern declarative macros. Procedure macros are more of a like from gestation generation, generating new behavior or new variables to an object. Dark macros is very limited. It is like annotations in Java. It is not the true macro declarative procedure. It is still in development. So over the period it will reach, but for now it is like annotations in Java. It is not a macro as a macro. So one query I have, can anyone tell me the crab, what this crab is known as? Rust is the language name. What is the name of? Anyone? Paris.
Whoever wins have a goodie.
So there is one for you, queries, and another for you. We have a few queries.
ये उनका लास्ट टॉक है, वैसे गद्दारी कर रहे हैं रस को लेके, उनका लास्ट टॉक है।
We have a few goodies. So if anyone can tell me when to use auto route, then there's a goodie for you. You are welcome. So who want to answer first?
So basically, when we have something complex, nesting routing in tabs, multiple the tabs, we have another routing, something like that, then we can use
And that is right. When you have too much nested navigations, auto route works best. What is? So this is my LinkedIn QR code. You guys can connect, follow me in the LinkedIn. You can connect, chat, and if you guys have any query, you can post it there.
ये QR कोड है जहाँ पे आपको विशाल मिलेगा।
वो फोटो खींच कर
एक्चुअली इसको बोलते हैं कसौल। अरे वो पकड़ो तो मेरे पास नहीं, अरे वो चेयर पे, इसी चेयर पे सोनाली पाटवे कैंसर। अरे ये बेसिक लैपटॉप पे
Cool. So finally,
so
finally we are end of today's setup. ठीक है, अब हम लोग goodies खेलेंगे, ठीक है? अब हम लोग गेम खेलेंगे जिसके अंदर goodies मिल सकते हैं, ठीक है? तो सिंपल तीन चीज है, एक सोशल वाला था, सोशल मीडिया वाला जो यश ने बोला था, है ना? दूसरा क्वेश्चन आंसर वाला जो सेशन के टाइम पे हो गया, तीसरा काउंट टेस्ट। काउंट में 1 2 3 4 5 पांच पोजीशन है, ठीक है? कुछ गिफ्ट्स है इन फॉर्म ऑफ हेडफोन्स, टी-शर्ट, जैकेट, ई बुक, ठीक है? तो अब काउंट जीतने के लिए क्या क्या चाहिए मैं आपको बता देता हूँ। काउंट जीतने के लिए आंसर सही चाहिए, और सारे आंसर आज के जितने सेशंस हुए उससे रिलेटेड, ठीक है? कुछ 11 क्वेश्चन है, 11-10 क्वेश्चन, ठीक है? उसमें से एक क्वेश्चन आपको वो जो प्रोवाइड करेंगे ना पेपर, उसमें से मिलेगा। जिसको वो आंसर राइट करना है ना, वो पेपर ले लो, उसको पढ़ो। दूसरी चीज, मुझे पर्सनली बहुत सारे लोग रीच आउट करते हैं, फ्लटर में भी रीच आउट करते हैं जिनको जॉब चाहिए और जो लोग बंदे ढूंढ रहे जॉब देने के लिए एज एन एम्प्लॉयर, ठीक है? तो दैट इज द QR कोड व्हिच कैन स्कैन, व्हिच विल टेक योर रेज्यूमे, जो हम उनको फॉरवर्ड करेंगे आगे उनकी मर्जी, ठीक है? जस्ट अ सिंपल लोअर कॉस्ट के लिए क्या होगा, ये होगा भटकना,
बट उनके पास आपका रिज्यूमे है, ठीक है, बट अब उसको स्कैन कर लो, उसको रख लो, आज के दिन उसके अंदर अपना रिज्यूमे अपडेट कर देना, क्योंकि आज आपको 8 या 7-8 बजे के आसपास कोई 3 रिक्रूटर को भेजना होगा, ठीक है, दे वर वेटिंग फॉर दिस इवेंट टू हैपन, ठीक है, कूल, ये हो गया। अब हम लोग काउंट से स्टार्ट करते हैं, नहीं उसके पहले स्पीकर को देना भाई, ओ किधर है आप लोग, स्पीकर को देना, हां दे दे, चलो
तेरे चालू करना, ठीक है,
सबसे पहला
वो उधर नबील पार्कर, नबील पार्कर, where are you? हाँ भाई खड़े रहो, वहाँ पे दूर खड़े रहो,
चलो।
So guys, it's time for goodies. First of all, I would like to call Sonali for distributing the goodies.
Mobility speaker उनको नहीं मिलेगा कुछ।
And second is our speakers who has given a tremendous talk on stage management. So Nabeel Parker and Dipin Sonwani.
एक काम करो तुम दोनों हाथ से
ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे 2
उनको मिल रहा है कि नहीं?
मिल रहा है।
Google speaker है।
As second distributor is Vivek Yadav and our speaker is Sonali Patwe from Tata University from Jaipur. Our third speaker is Vishal, who has given a tremendous talk on navigation. And the distributor finally.
अरे 5 में आवाज बोल रहा था।
अच्छा guys, 1 minute. लेकिन हमारे बहुत पुराने और one of the founding members of Flutter Mumbai, Flutter India, Flutter Jobs, सारे products की he is one of the founding members. और Flutter Mumbai में आज तक जितने भी designs, posters, जो भी आप देखते हो, stories हो गया, everything is designed by him, including our Flutter Mumbai logo as well, which has been used and approved everywhere. So, and the last speaker and the own distributor.
फोटो कौन निकालेगा?
अरे कोई
आज फोटो निकालना है,
लिंक में अपलोड
आ जाओ
लिंक भेज देंगे, अपलोड कर देना बस।
And our last speaker is a keynote speaker who has given a good session on Google I/O. That is Vivek Yadav.
लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, यश। यश को कौन देगा? किसको देना है यश को गिफ्ट?
हाँ किसको दो?
अब तू चूज कर, पहले तू चूज कर। इसका भी जॉब थोड़ा हार्ड होना चाहिए।
Thanks, Vishal. Family interview. Community in my family.
Dipin, please.
Please.
Sure. अब कंफ्यूजन है।
Thank you.
चलो ये तो हो गया। अब सोशल मीडिया। यश, who are the winners of social media campaign?
दिखाना है मुझे।
दिखाओ दिखाओ। वो QR कोड का फोटो ले रहा था लोग। डन, ठीक है।
जी हाँ। यस। हमने लिंक्डइन टैग कर दी। All social media. ये वो
वो इसमें था लिंक्डइन से नाम यश लिंक्डइन से नाम से था नहीं सोम ऋषभ ट्विटर पे था
ठीक है, so we have two winners for social media campaign. First one is from Twitter. Soham
Sawant. Acha, who do you think will be second? If clicking on LinkedIn, who do you think will be the second winner? Or by the way, ये closed circle conference जरा बंद करो थोड़ी. Please turn around.
करना है. So you provide your email ID to Yash. He will also give you Flutter Zero book by Vishal Kumar.
Yes. Click one photo with this hat.
वो आई नाम पे टिक कर दो वो क्या है वो खड़े रहना वही देगा फ्रॉड को लिया इसको
ऐसा करना है
हां जाओ ना
Please, अच्छा हाथ दिखा जरा. Guys, Flutter Zero पे, you guys know the Flutter Zero book, right? It has, see guys, genuinely, it has tremendous knowledge of Flutter. Some of the organizers have a sneak peek. We had a minor sneak peek, and we have enjoyed it. We have enjoyed a lot. It is a very informative book. It's completely knowledgeable. आपको UI, UX, logic, business logic, rendering, gaming, app के initial stages, from beginner to expert level, हर चीज सिखाया जाता है. That is the reason it mentioned as Flutter Zero. That means start from beginning. So I'll suggest buy this book, understand it, read it, so that you want to improve in Flutter, even for experts. क्योंकि आपको experts हम लोग लगता है तो experts लेकिन कई सारी चीजें हम लोग को नहीं पता. You will get to know from them. Yeah. And main thing is it is made by first JD in India. अच्छा, who will be the second one? The second social media winner.
Second one is from LinkedIn or Instagram?
LinkedIn.
LinkedIn, okay. अच्छा, किसी को ऐसा लगता है कि उसको मिलेगा ये वाला?
हाँ, कोई ऐसा है जिसको लगता है कि उसको मिलेगा ये?
स्पीकर्स को नहीं मिलेगा, स्पीकर्स को मिलेगा. ठीक है, उम्मीदवार कितने हमारे इस चुनाव के? 1 2 3 और ये तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो?
यस टैक्स
बस हो गया.
देखो नाम पता है. That's why I disclose the name because they are searching for it. Until then, I disclose the name. So the name actually is Krishna. Kishan, sorry, not Krishna, Kishan. The guy from the Roundtable Conference. He has actually made a very nice post of that he had visited Flutter Mumbai. On the speakers.
हैशटैग नहीं रहा क्या?
अबे इंस्टाग्राम पे रहेगा वो?
नहीं नोटिफिकेशन
Kishan Puria. So please come on stage and have your goodies. इसलिए कहा था राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस बंद करो.
लोगों को टीम है तो सबको मिलना चाहिए.
अभी एक टी शर्ट है, मैं काट काट के नहीं दे सकता. प्लीज
वेट. रूल इज सिंपल, जो पोस्ट करता है उसको मिलता है.
हाँ, फोटो के लिए
जाओ चलेगा.
1 2 3 4. अच्छा ठीक है, एक और चीज एज प्रॉमिस, इसके बाद राउंड टेबल कर सकते हैं हम. अगर सब लोग को 15-20 मिनट राउंड टेबल कर सकते हैं, मौके पे भी कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, इफ यू आर इंटरेस्टेड. थोड़ा ओवर टाइम पर टिकट
बोर्ड में करने का मन.
ठीक है, किशन बोल रहे हैं. ठीक है, आप सो ले.
विवेक, अरे माइक तो बंद कर.
Also provide your email ID to Yash. He will give you Flutter Zero.
अच्छा, अभी ये सब कुछ हो गया. अभी इसके बाद क्या?
So let's start with quiz.
It's quiz time.
Quiz चालू करते हैं इसको चालू करो.
Guys, please फोन बाहर निकालो, स्कैन करना शुरू करो.
Quiz चालू करते हैं quiz.
Guys, it's quiz time. And by the way, speakers, organizers, sponsors are prohibited from quiz.
मुझे क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है?
क्या? पेन भी बताऊंगा, टेंशन मत लो. 142461. Guys, go to quiz.com. इस तरफ आ जाओ. It's 142461. Love Rapid, Love House, you guys. सर थोड़ा आगे जाओ, पीछे जाओ, सामने खड़े हो.
स्कैन किया सब लोगों ने?
30 of 331.
कोई बचा है स्कैन करने के लिए?
142461.
फुल स्क्रीन
फुल स्क्रीन
है राइट साइड
ऑलरेडी फुल स्क्रीन.
नहीं राइट साइड को नीचे वेबसाइट पे आपका राइट साइड राइट फॉर
हां
टॉप से
वो लिख ही नहीं रहा है वो. जितना फ्री मिलेगा उतने
कौन बचा अभी?
जैसे जैसे पेड होते हैं वैसे निकल जाएगा. 42 people. Kishan.
Website?
You guys can rename. You guys have option to rename. तो Love Rabbit था उसका नाम बदल दो.
तो नाम हमारे साथ स्टक हो गया तो कहूँ people मैंने किसी वेबसाइट पे जाओ.
Quiz.com. Guys, the website is quiz.com. Guys,
चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं.
let's start the game.
Cool. So first question is, which of the following is state management solution in Flutter? All of the above, block, provider, report.
Announce नहीं करना है.
जो भी बोले उसका मत चेक करेंगे.
First one is simple.
Cool. अरे रुकना बाकी तो एक नहीं. हाँ.
Automatic. Who's Manish?
ये रूम इतना फास्ट में जा रही है.
Automatic.
Impeller is available for.
पॉज किया है, पॉज किया है, एक मिनट मैंने पॉज किया. Impeller is available for.
कोई पूछ रहा है नया वाला है पुराना वाला.
Guys, you have only 20 seconds to answer.
Right answer is Android and iOS. Let's see leaderboard. बने थे. फर्स्ट पे कौन है?
Invincible N.
Invincible is who? चलो ठीक है.
Invincible N. Who is that?
कितने सारे लोग हैं? एक दो तीन चार चार कंप्लीट.
And Dr. Street. Who is Dr. Street? Second one. Dr. Street.
करण शर्मा राइट.
हाथ तो उठा, मेरे को मिल ही नहीं रहा.
तू गिरेगा गिफ्ट एंड में तो अभी क्यों हाथ उठा लो.
Material state is changed to
what?
common state, Flutter state, render state, widget state.
I think common state. मेरी बातों को बता ना झूठ बोलता हूँ. फैशन नहीं बोलता. Done? Wow.
OS.
कोई तो क्या नीचे.
OS.
What does Tata Skills have to offer? यहाँ पर आपको बुकलेट काम है.
Extensive hands-on calling, live classes by industry expert, real world capstone project.
Extensive hands-on live classes by expert, real world capstone project, or all of them. All of the above was the right answer. किसका right किसका wrong है?
सरल सर
इसलिए मैंने बोला था उसको रखना अपने पास। इसलिए मैंने पहले ही डॉक्टर स्ट्रीट
बोला
वाओ 4000 क्वेश्चन पढ़ने से पहले आंसर दे देगा।
Kitchen chai is also there.
चलो ठीक है। Next question is what is a widget in Flutter?
Command line tool, a component that describes part of the user interface, database library, state management tool.
I think state management tool.
Command line.
मेरे बातों में मत जाना मेरा वाला। Right. अब देखते लेटर में ये बहुत इजी कॉन्सेप्ट था। अगर किसी ने इसमें से रॉन्ग दिया है तो वो है Who is the first Flutter GDE of India? ये यश ने 4 बार बोला है।
हाँ।
पूछा और भाई सर आप क्यों ठीक है चलो ये थोड़ा स्लो करना इतना क्यों पास जा रही है पक गया मैं
ऑटोमेटिक
टाइम
स्लो तो नहीं होता अभी
हां ठीक है
लेकिन एक बात बताओ फर्स्ट Flutter GDE ऑफ इंडिया पवन कुमार who is the first female GDE of India मेरा क्वेश्चन गलत था I asked who is the first female GDE of India पूजा वो means Flutter
not Flutter GDE अब पता नहीं आप Flutter वाले आपको सिर्फ Flutter का मतलब ठीक है नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन अच्छा इसमें कौन गलत करूं क्या
वही देख रहे थे सिद्धि पुरोहित
Which website has Flutter 0 book available?
ये पार्ट क्वेश्चन अभी मजा आएगा बहुत
All options code2 learn.code2
अभी सब कर रहे हैं सब लोग वाला कर रहा किया
Flutter 0 book किसने लगे ट्राई किया
That's how we play the game
आप लोग तो सांस ले रहे हैं 10 सेकंड है 10 सेकंड
जब सांस ले लो
मैंने सुबह ही बोला था आज जो होगा उसमें से एक क्वेश्चन
इसलिए हमने शांति से दिखाया था pawan.app
ठीक है चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन
last two questions guys
which of them is a cloud storage Firebase Hive provider shared preference shared preferences
लोग भी फटाफट का आंसर कर रहे हैं
निशान मनीष का रॉन्ग है क्या ऐसा लिखा
लेट्स सी
हां मनीष का रॉन्ग है
मनीष है ही नहीं
टॉप पे सब लोग का राइट आंसर किया ठीक है फाइनल क्वेश्चन डबल पॉइंट्स जो रॉन्ग है वो गेम से बाहर है
how companies can leverage Gen AI to boost their profits using prompt engineering
थोड़ा हार्ड है ध्यान से देना asking ChatGPT to build your app creating custom GPTs and training
लोग
them
आंसर फटाफट कर रहे हैं
not using ChatGPT prompting ChatGPT to create designs
37 लोगों ने आंसर भी कर दिया
सोचो थोड़ा सोचने वाला क्वेश्चन था ये मुझे लगा
5 सेकंड के अंदर आंसर हो गया
सबसे बड़ा सोच लो डबल पॉइंट
है गाइस
हाँ रुक जाओ तो धीरे धीरे आने से थर्ड ऋषिका
who's Rishika please
आ जाओ
विशाल किधर है आजा दो सेकंड नेक्स्ट के लिए खड़ा रहे लाइन
यार जोर से क्लैप।
गोपियों के बीच में कैमरा
बाकी लोग खुश नहीं है ना।
अच्छा, by the way, you have to provide your email ID because you're also getting a book. That is it.
ठीक है, तो टी-शर्ट है
थोड़ी देर
आप एड्रेस दे दो। थैंक यू।
Second one.
तो who is second? ये कौन? आदित्य नेगी। वाह, खुशी देखो खुशी।
इनको देने आ रहे हैं विशाल का सरनेम मुझे पता नहीं है।
कुमार।
कौन किसको दे रहा है?
I thought. Aditya, you have to provide your email ID to get Flutter 0.
अच्छा, 1 second. ये one picture विशाल। जा उधर जा, कोई फोटो है। इसके फोटो की साइड आई डोंट केयर।
हाँ ठीक है। एक हो गया फोटो।
आजा ना भाई, फोटो किस लिए? शर्मा मत। प्लीज कम इन, टेक द फोटो।
पोर्टफोलियो नहीं बेचना आपने।
नहीं, दोनों भी होना चाहिए ना। Like I'm confused कौन किसको दे रहा है? वो ऐसे आगे आगे दे रहा है।
अच्छा चलो, किसको लग रहा है कि वो फर्स्ट? मैं। हाँ दिख रहा है, अभी तक नहीं दिखा भाई।
बाकी सब नीचे लिख रहे
ये रुक जा।
बाकी किसी का नाम नहीं दिख रहा है।
वो सब दिखता है।
आपका दिखता है।
चलो ठीक है, कौन है वो? अच्छा ऐप में दिख गया, तो जो भी है फिर आगे रखा। कौन है फर्स्ट? अच्छा जो फर्स्ट है वो खुद को रख लो। बाकी किसको लगता है कि फर्स्ट कौन हो गया? बट ठीक है, कूल। फर्स्ट इज डॉक्टर स्ट्रीट। है क्यों?
Who is Dr. Street? Okay, generally who is Dr. Street?
अरे वो बॉट रहेगा उनपे।
नहीं, ये तो पॉसिबल नहीं है। कोई ना कोई तो यही से आएगा ना डॉक्टर।
अरे ये दोनों रह सकते हैं।
हाँ, ये दोनों। उसके हाथ में फोन भी है, भरोसा नहीं।
ठीक है। अगर डॉक्टर स्ट्रीट नहीं आ रहा है तो हम लोग किशन साहब को
नंबर 6 जो है ना उसको दे दो।
बोला ना ये जो
अच्छा नहीं, एक मिनट। अगर नहीं है, सोशल मीडिया। क्योंकि फर्स्ट को भी सामने आना नहीं है तो हम लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकते उसमें।
अरे वो वही है।
तो अभी इंस्टाग्राम है हमारे पास। इंस्टाग्राम से हमारे आदित्य सर बताएंगे किसको देना है।
डॉक्टर स्ट्रीट इधर है। डॉक्टर स्ट्रीट इधर है।
रुको। रूल ये है, जिसको बुलाओगे ठीक है, he should have followed Tata News Skills, पवन कुमार and Flutter Mumbai
और इंस्टाग्राम, क्योंकि इंस्टाग्राम से हम लोग यूज कर रहे हैं। तो
ये डॉक्टर स्ट्रीट है जिसको कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला है।
ये देखो, चलो थैंक यू।
जल्दी बोला भाई।
यशस्वी देवाड़ीका। वो ऐसे ना हाथ में क्या बोल।
लेकिन आपने तीनों को फॉलो किया नहीं, फिर नेक्स्ट
चेक तो करो, शायद झूठ बोल रहे हैं।
वो खुद बोल रहे नहीं फॉलो किया।
हरी माना फॉलोड ऑन। सॉरी
लास्ट वाला फ्लटर मुंबई को नहीं।
अभी कर देंगे।
कृष्णा चौधरी।
एक और चांस है।
Who is Krishna? I have followed all the members. Please come in.
Cool, clap for him. फर्स्ट वाले किसके? ये इसको जरा प्ले करो। Cool.
अच्छा, बाकी सब कुछ ठीक है, लेकिन मेन ये है ना, फर्स्ट जो गिफ्ट मिला था वो किसने मिस कर दिया? गिफ्ट क्या मिला था वो देख लो एक बार।
अरे वो नबील।
और नबील
एक और देखो, इसको बोलते हैं नसीब का गेम। एक और है, तुझे अपना इम्यूनिटी देगी ना। So that's all for today. ठीक है, अच्छा एक बार आता है ना वो फ्लटर 0 से लेना, हीरो से फ्लटर 0 से क्या कर रहे थे?
हो गया
डन, कुछ बुलाना है उसको फिर से।